Yo, what's good with these ads? Yo, I wasn't gonna say nothing, but ladies, you gotta feel the beat of the music. Come on now. While we wait for the market to open. I think I want something a little faster. Let me see. I got it right now. Where is it at? Let me play the other one. What's good, Culinary? Good morning. How we doing over there? Oh, just wait for this. Just wait for this, everybody. Shit, this is the wrong one. Go, go, go. Let me see, what is that? Where the hell did it go? I got y'all right now. Watch this. Let's go to playlist. Let's go here. It should be... Actually, no, it's not this playlist. It's the other playlist. It's the 2024 playlist. Yeah, I can't find it. I think they took it off of YouTube. That's probably what it was. I think they took it off of YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. It has to be somewhere around here. Nah, that's the other one. I'll let you guys know when I find it. For now, though, we're going to switch over to the charts, of course. I'm just going to have this one playing. Two minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we still have not made a plan for the stock market. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have some fun with this. So again, loud and clear, we did not make a plan yet. We're going to wait for the market to open up. And within 30 seconds to a minute, we're going to formalize a plan out of thin air using all of these charts. There we go. All right, everybody, it's almost time. Watch this. All right, boom. First thing you're going to do, just looking at the market like this, let it run up a little bit higher here. We're going to play a put. The second this thing runs up a couple more dollar bills right here. What's going on, Mikey? How we doing over there? What's good, everybody? What's good? Again, the first idea, simple. Let the market run up to 649.45, hit this first reversal point. The second it hits this first reversal point, we're playing puts for this to fall right back down to 1.5 and then number 2 down here. If you fall first, what it simply tells me is that we potentially might play the calls. But the first thing I'm thinking is puts. I'm thinking this market looks like it wants to fall out the sky right now. The reason why I say that is because generally you already opened up at the same level yesterday. So unless you're about to start flying up towards the stratosphere, which of course could happen, but I'm just waiting for it to get above pre-market high. Once you get above that pre-market high, we could just continue to play the upside going further into the rest of the day. It's just think about it like this. If you're going to open up the same level as yesterday, puts, point blank puts. This is not good. You're not supposed to open up here. So as long as you can get just get, you know, slightly above the pre-market high, which is similar to yesterday's high, I could see this market starting to start to run right back into the sky. Because remember, you still have to finish that new high. You're supposed to run to 657 here within the next week. So that's what we're looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're looking for. You heard me? Loud and clear? All right, so let's go to this chart. You just ran up 10 cents away from the target point right there. We have a lot of stuff we're going to do here today. So once we get into this first trade, I'll tell you what's next. Everybody got some sunlight? You guys went outside? Make sure you go outside and get some sunlight before you start trading. It's my little trick that I have. You stare at the sun for 2 seconds, and the sun whispers back to you what the spy is going to do. I promise you. You got to try it. Try it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Yo. The way he just sells perfect timing. Yo. Alright, so look, everybody. We're going to enter into this trade real nice and cheap. You got to go cheap. We lost $4 yesterday, plus another, what was it? We entered into a $4 trade, $10 trade, and then the first $12 trade. The first $12 trade went to 100% 3 times, but we were looking for 600%. Now, in terms of when you trade a 0 day, recognize the only reason why I'm doing this is because I've already went through the training program through boot camp, which is to trade at least, 1,020%. Once you take at least 100 to 1,020%, you can now start to aim for some higher, some higher percentages, which is what I'm aiming for right now. None of the small stuff satisfies, just the general ideas, especially when you're trading with a cheap account. You need to have something that has potential for not just a little bit more upside, but a whole lot of more upside. You know what I mean? And not upside just in like an uptrend or something like that, but it goes with the downside as well. So again, everybody, the goal right now, let this thing run up a tiny bit more. You're about 10 cents off of the target point. Looks like it's doing this for a reason here. Did you hit the reversal point to the bottom? Let me zoom in real quick just to see it. By the way, I can't see the YouTube chat right now, everybody. So just give me one moment and I'll pull it up right now. I just need to have all the charts on my screen. So yeah, you didn't hit the first reversal point either. Remember, the first reversal point up and down is your first entry. You get into a put at number 1 at the top, let it fall down to number 1 at the bottom, and you get out. It's basically the easiest and quickest entry that one could get into. These calls are so cheap. Just like yesterday. Actually, no. The upside is way more expensive than yesterday. Yeah, it is. It is. So that means the downside... pretty good prices, actually. So if you fall right now, right, where's this market going to go? Ladies and gentlemen, loud and clear, just so we're on the same page. If you fall right now, because of where you were at yesterday, because of where you were at the day before, and then the day before that, see how it's staircasing real nicely? But if you fall, you're definitely going to fall to somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. That's going to be the first main target, so 639. So 639, if we look at the puts real quick, they cost $4. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to get real fun here really shortly. This market looks like it's going to start falling out the sky if you do not hold this pink line right here. So we got to get above this pink line. That's basically what I'm looking for more upside. Get above that pink line. So until then, anywhere before it, it's just like just a magnet. Just a straight up magnet to pull you right back down. So you just want to have something on the board for insurance is what I'm telling you right now. Really simply, you just need insurance. So I'm looking at a 645 right now. Again, we're about to get into it any second now. A few more seconds here. As well as how long has it been since the market opened up? Only 7 minutes. We still got to wait for one more candle. One more candle, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty. So now we're going to put our orders to buy this contract at 17. Going to go post this into the Discord. Remember, the put that we bought right now, or that we're trying to buy into, is a 645 put. Trying to buy it for 17. Currently the prices are around 18. Where the hell did the music go? Let's see what we're gonna listen to right now. Come on. Contracts are just cycling between 17 and 19 right now. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, guess what I found out? Moomoo now allows me to comment stuff from my desktop. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a system together so that we could trade a little bit more effectively here. Just a little bit more effectively. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that contract did not get filled yet. It is up $3 from 17, but you did not get filled at 17. Perfect. Why do I keep yawning? All right, perfect. We have the CS zone now. This is what I was waiting for. So now if you fall down on this CS zone and you fall, let's just say, to number 1 on the reversal points, we could potentially buy a call for you to rip right back into the zone. Just like yesterday in the beginning of the day. We were really slow yesterday. We took our time. We allow you to see both sides. A fantastic percentage in the beginning of the day. Today's basically a little similar, but a little opposite. It's kind of like it just got more bearishness to it. And again, the reason why I'm saying that, and the reason why I can tell you that confidently, is because yesterday you opened up at the same level. So the only time the market does this is when you're about to start falling out the sky. Let me give you an example. Let's go to February. I'm on the 15. I'm on the 5 minute. Let me go to the 15 real quick. Alrighty. So looking over here. When a market is falling out the sky, people tend to have a very hard time timing this. Myself was one of those people. And I was never able to really understand why I couldn't time it. Because we would get the puts at the top, but then you wouldn't fall that day. You would always fall the next day or a couple days after. And you would sometimes fall massively. So the trick here is to have the boxes from the weekly boxes. So like, let's just say you got a weekly box like this over here. Let me show you. And then you're going to be able to compare with the current information that we have, the current data for today. And then let me go ahead and extend this to the right. Okay, so watch this. Remember, this is February. This is how I had everybody trade around that time. It's just we weren't really teaching the weekly boxes around that time. It was mostly monthly. So as you all can see, market first fell, hit the quarter point, ran up to the high, fell down, went to the next lower point. And the one thing I want you to cognitively remind yourself is this box was made from the 27th. So everything after all this data here, you already had this for all these days and all these weeks. Meaning, again, from these two circles right here on my screen, that circle right there, and then this circle right here. So just because of those 2 points, look at how many buying areas you had. Look how many times it hit the midpoint, ran to the quarter point, which is right here. Look at that. And then when you fell down, you pretty much went straight down towards the lowest point, the bottom point. But again, pay attention to this. Watch this. If I copy this box and I put it below, when the market basically gaps down, it gaps from the midpoint to the quarter point. It's very hard to tell, because when the market does stuff like this, it tends to be very fast. So people don't really put 2 and 2 together in their mind mentally. And yeah, it kind of affects the whole entire situation for trading. So watch this, loud and clear. You hit the top, you hit the bottom, then you hit the midpoint. All right, perfect. After you hit the midpoint, what happens? Now you hit the quarter point over here. The second you do this, I am now going to tell everybody on my server and on the Discord, you're most likely going to fall right here. Just because that's an equal reaction. Right here and right here are both the same reaction. And what type of reaction do you get here? A reaction is very close to the top. So watch this. If you measure this, put this right below it, it's basically the same size, right, everybody? Look at that. These two boxes are the same size. So this is how I basically go about controlling the market momentum. And when I say control it, I mean control it beyond a normal degree of understanding. And again, it's not just me doing it. It's the charts. It's not me. It's the charts. Purely, it's the charts. Sometimes I have a very hard time with reminding myself about certain things. I'm terrible with remembering stuff. I forget stuff all the time, truly. But when I have the charts, it's kind of like the charts are like my phone, you know, where I'm taking my notes and all of that. And all I got to do is open up my phone, go to my notes, and I remember everything again. So remember, that's exactly how you're going to time market momentum is you make a range, you reset to the midpoint, quarter point, almost the top, right? King's point is right there because that's right next to the previous high. So the second it went up here, I would have told everybody off the gate, like that morning right there, I would have told them just to buy puts and hold it because you're near the top. So once you go above the high, then we'll continue to play calls going up higher. And look how funny this is. Look what the market does. It just puts you up slightly higher and still takes you out the sky. This is exactly the same type of price action we have right now. And that's the craziest part. So now look at the price action we have now. Now that you all saw that. I know I have a bunch of boxes here, but let me go to this chart where it's just one box. Actually, this is harder to read. Let me just go to here. This is simpler. So yesterday you hit the 164th point. If you get above this midpoint, 649, you're going to run straight to 652. So in terms of playing upside, that's how we're going to play it. Once you get above 649. That's why you're kind of dancing beneath it. Because this is exactly how a market sets itself up. But like I told you before, if you do fall here, you're going to have a very funny situation where you're going to fall all the way down to King's Point. Which the first King's Point right now is 639. You could say it's right here. 637. The next King's Point is going to be a little bit below it, around 633. But since you hit 633 over here, I'm thinking you're going to hit 637, 639. And once you get below that, you're falling straight out the sky, straight down to around 620. What is this here? Like right around here, potentially. So like 631. And then potentially lower. And the way you're going to, categorize how low you could fall is by remembering that what I just showed you for February. So what did I just show you all for February? What I just showed you all was basically how I timed the market falling out the sky. And not only that, not only do you time the market falling out the sky, not only can you time when the market can fall out the sky in terms of predictions and timing the future, right? Like predicting what can happen next before it happens. But you actually know the ranges now. So think about it. If I just hit the 164th point yesterday and a reset back to the top point, this is instantly telling me this market has enough momentum to at least pop up to this 164th point. So what we're going to do here is we're going to let it get to the top and we're going to just straight up play a put until you get above. It's like insurance, If we lose the money, we lose the capital, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly why they're very cheap. But how much money can we make from this if you fall? Well, depending on how low you fall, this contract can go from $17, and we could potentially be selling this out for around $290, $320 if you fall around here, which is going slightly in the money. So you would basically had to double the range and expand it. That's why in my eyes, this is complete compression. When the market completely compresses like this, like look at it. The other day, you fell down from 164th point straight down to the 132 point. Next day, you're basically stuck between this point, the reset point, the top, and then 164. And then today, look at it. It's even smaller, right? But that's exactly what the market always does. It compresses, and then out of nowhere, before everybody realizes, it just slaps everybody out the sky. And it just starts tanking. And unless you have a contract, you're not going to be able to buy another one. That was one of the problems I had when I was playing 2022, when the market fell out the sky because of the Fed first doing the rate stuff, and then you had the war stuff. Literally, I could not buy into a put. I was watching the market fall down every single day because the contracts were too expensive. I was too scared to buy it. So, yeah, now it's kind of... Let me make sure everybody in the chat can see the screen. Everybody, server muted. Had hot mic. Let us know if you need to be on. Thank you, Danny. Dr. Danny, I appreciate you. 6:45 question mark. What about it? How to guide videos? What are you thinking about for the 6:45s in terms of like a question mark? All right, let's go to the reversal chart real quick. So as you all can see, everybody, we didn't buy into the put. We told you we didn't get filled. But do you see how the market hit number one and then you fell straight down to opening price? You're still not done with the move. You can still fall down a little bit lower here. And then after it falls down this low, we're going to buy a call the second it falls beneath here. And the reason why is because you're below the CS zones. So we're going to cancel the $17 call or the $17 put that we were going to get. The put, again, the puts worked out. Our idea was correct. Give ourselves a little tap on the back. Write it down. And do not forget this, because your confidence has a very big impact on your success here. Non-farm payroll revision at 10 a.m. Remember what I told you guys a couple days ago? I don't know if you guys remember. What did I tell you about non-farm payrolls? What did I tell you they were going to do to it? And look at what they're doing. We literally told everybody a couple days ago that they were going to reevaluate the numbers and change it. And look at what they're doing right now. Absolutely disgusting, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how they keep playing with the economy. And nobody says a word. Nobody says a word at all. That's why I'm saying, like, even the stock market itself is not based off of news because of how unlogical it is. The stock market itself is actually based off of technicals. The news simply accelerates it. So let's say if you were going to crash next week, if you get extreme news, it can crash the market now. So it's like that. It's like a weird effect. But yeah, even the market doesn't like news, because again, our news makes no sense. It just makes absolutely no sense. So in the morning, these options were $19, $20. Right now, they're currently $11. This is the cheapest option we could buy for around 13 to 17. And you said, are we aiming for that moment? As in, are we aiming for that? What do you mean aiming for that moment? Like, are you waiting? Are you saying in terms of a moment, like when it falls down to 645? Is that what you're trying to say? In terms of what we're aiming for right now, we're aiming for this to fall down to 648. Once you get beneath 648, then we're going to be playing puts for this to drop down to 644, if that's what you're referring to in terms of a direction. The reason why I have you guys playing the 645 was because that was the cheapest one at that moment. But they already went up, so we canceled our order. We didn't get filled. They ended up going up, I think, 15% here, which is nice. Our first idea, everybody, was successful. That's what I'm talking about. Just like yesterday, the first idea today is successful, and we got to tally this up. We got to make sure we remember this. Just going into the next couple days here, because I promise you, when the market starts falling out the sky again, it's going to be complete chaos in the streets. So I need you guys to be able to see how to slow down the market for yourself. And the way I do it for myself is just like this. I create these boxes. I create my weekly boxes, and then with my weekly boxes, those are my goals for my strike prices. So when I give you guys a strike price, normally it stems from these, like these right here. So like, for example, when I zoom in, watch this. Let's see where you're at right now. So 116th point, say you opened up at the 116th point. So you literally just opened up at a structure point. That's why it's having a hard time falling through here. But if you fall through here, you're going straight down towards 647, which is still yesterday's low. And at that point, we can hop into a cheap call at King's Point right below, especially because that's filling half of the gap of yesterday. Because remember, we have a gap here. So potentially, I see this market swooping down to here, filling half of it, bouncing up to the 200, and then falling down lower. So if you look at where the 200's place, it's right next to 648. So that's why we said specifically 648 first, because then we're going to sell the 645 put. So if anybody bought that put early, which again, you shouldn't have done that. I'm just letting you know that's against the rules right there. But if you did buy that put and you got filled, we canceled it. Remember, we canceled our put. We didn't buy it. But if you did this is going to be now a location where you could sell out. So go ahead and put your stop loss, because it's you know, already really early still. Not already, but it's still really early. There's no need to hold a contract that's up 50% within a couple seconds. We're just going to buy another one really soon here. I'm looking for the 651 calls. I'm trying to see if we could buy into it for like $17, $20. But yeah, everybody, look at how the Fed consistently plays with these numbers. The wildest part was that I've never once tried to predict that. And I know they do that all the time. But to be able to say something a couple days ago and then we see it happen right away, in terms of, you know, the Feds choosing to make a decision, like, this is insane. I'm really happy about that. I'm more happy about any type of SPY trade, even unless I get 1,000%. I'll be more happy with that today. But just the fact that we were able to do that and time that, it means everything, you know, because it shows that we see beyond what they're trying to actually put in front of us. It's like they're trying to dangle a carrot on the stick right in front of you. But you got to look around. You know what I mean? You got to look forward. Not just 2 feet. You got to look like 3 miles ahead of yourself. So he says, Silo, I was browsing on unusual options yesterday, and I saw a weird call for Friday. For the past week, someone has over 10 million calls on MSTR for Friday with multiple transactions. Honestly, with MSTR, we're not really going to be talking about that no more. So no more crypto, everybody. Crypto is now off limits unless you're going to be paper trading with me. I do not want anybody touching a single crypto name anymore. Because now this is going into no man's land. And if it's going into no man's land, I will not let you guys potentially take a loss from that. So I could definitely see them playing with the crypto market, swinging it up and swinging it down. But what I'm more concerned with is if they can actually not just swing it up and swing it down. I'm more concerned with the fact that when the halving occurs and Bitcoin gets halved, that everything's just going to get cut by at least 50%, 60%, that whole entire market. So yeah, right now, just if you're holding something, just hold it. Hold it to 2029. Do not sell it. Remember, do not sell it no more. If you're not planning on selling it and you didn't sell whatever crypto or meme coins you have right now, even with the stocks like MSTR or Coinbase, if you didn't sell it already and you have enough time to last you to 2029, just don't sell it. Just hold it. There we go, Louis. Let's see what everybody's thinking. Oh, wait a second. Are you telling me it's a $10 option that they're putting $10 million into? Now, see that's one way you can get me to trade crypto. You tell me there's a $10 option? Let's go look at this real quick, everybody. They got some $10 options. Let's see. Because if they run this market up, let's just wait for them to run the crypto market up, and then we're just gonna flat out play puts against everything again. The only thing is, I have some bad blood with MSTR. We took a hefty loss on MSTR because our contracts were expiring the week before it actually expired. Not the week before it actually expired, but moved. If we would have held it for like another month or 2 or 3 months, and we would have had those calls, it would have worked out, you know, phenomenally. But yeah, we'll see what we're going to do with that. And we also have Mumu. Thanks for bringing that up, Cody. Let's go take a look at it real quick. I know we're kind of going all over the place right now, but just give it a second. You'll see why very shortly here. MSTR. So yeah, MSTR is right here. If you guys want to know where I had my stuff, it was right here. Let me show you. So this is what I told everybody to do over here. Like right around here. Where is it? June. Right in June. Yeah, literally right here. I told everybody to buy calls for you to run up from 370 all the way up to 440, 430, because this right here is the midpoint, and you didn't hit it here. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to the crypto charts real quick. By the way, we played a put on Euro because you were at King's Point, and look at how this is working out, everybody. So again, this is how effective these trading styles could be. Without even having anything else on my screen, just this, I already have all the buys and sells. That's why I also make my paths correlate with them. So yeah, we entered into a short here. We sold it for 3,000. The $10,000 account that we had, basically, where did we start it at again? Right around here, right around this large uptrend. It was 10K here. Right now we're already at 30,000 here. We just literally keep scalping it. I don't want to see this go down a lot, so now I'm starting to get a little worried for this account. So I might split it. I might cut it in half or something, and then just go wild with the other half. Because when you know your emotions are starting to be like, all right, I'm just going to get out right now. And then you get out an hour later, the market goes down more. It's just like, all right, this is what I tell myself, realistically. I'm just like, all right, dummy. Why did you do that? You know the direction. You know what to do. Get lost in the process. Just go with it. Take a loss, you take a loss. But when you start growing an account like that quickly, it's like you gotta kind of you gotta hold the brake, honestly. You gotta hold the brake. I was about to say though, what is the damn brake? You know the special brake? What is it called? Emergency brake. There you go. Whatever, y'all know what I was trying to say. So with Moomoo, we played puts right here at this point. This right here just looks like a continuation going up higher. So in terms of Moomoo, since we already played a put right here, I do not want to play puts until you run up to the King's Point at the top now, which is 216. So the next time we're going to trade Moomoo is at 216 for this to fall right back down to 204. We just got to get it a little higher than here. Not yet, Cody. That's King's Point. King's Point is key. Let me see. Let's see how they revitalize this. Revised. You guys know what I mean here. You know, when I look at stuff like this, I don't even know what to tell you guys, you know. This is, there's nothing we could say about this. This is just stupid. There's no point to even talk about this. It's just a waste of time. That's ridiculous. Just look at that number. I cannot believe that. I don't think there was ever a revision that big. I gotta search this up. I gotta scan all the damn non-farm payrolls now. So now we gotta go to all the different months and we're gonna scan it, break it down. SPY looks like it's about to fall off a cliff here. Make sure you got your floaties on, everybody. Because I can't swim, so I don't know if you can, but they be lying. No, 100%. 100%. All right, I'm looking at the $17. How much? 651 call. So again, I'm looking at the $17 651 call here. I just put my order in to buy one. Even though I know the market could fall off a cliff here, we're still going to play the consolidation. You can't always get scared of, you know, what's potentially next. You just got to go with the flow, everybody. It's good to be wrong sometimes. You just got to understand, just like Louis said earlier, why you're wrong. And fix it for the next time. Come up with a solid game plan, you know? But because they're doing something as dramatic as the non-farm stuff, they're most likely doing that to scare people. They're just trying to get everybody's feelings all over the place. That's all they're doing right now. Ah, my arm. I don't know. Did you guys just hear that? I feel like I just popped my arm on my shoulder. Ah, dislocation. One year they were putting McDonald's burgerly. Oh my goodness. One year they put McDonald's burger assembly people under manufacturing to get fake numbers up. That's crazy. See, it's like stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Then they could be like, oh, next month, it was a mistake. There were just no such jobs. There's actually, way less. It's actually this number. Oh, man. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, take it nice and easy. If you bought that $17 option and you're in right now, you should be up to 22, 21. By the way, those puts that we talked about in the morning, because remember, we were talking about the 645 puts. They went from 17, which is when we talked about it, to 25. So you went up about 50%. A little bit less than that, but like 40, like 41, 42, around there, 39%. Now it looks like you're running into the atmosphere here. That call that was just $17 to $6.51 is now $19, $20. Let me look at the puts one more time. Are they getting shredded? We got some Swiss cheese action going on here. Not yet. Not yet, everybody. We need this to expand. It's just compressing, so it's killing all value. Once you get a leg outside of this just bit of consolidation here from the pre-market, like once you get below this leg right here, or you get above, you could say this high right here. Let me draw a box around it so everybody's on the same page. So again, once you get above this, you could see more momentum get shot into the market. So what we did right there was we basically bought the calls at the bottom of the possible next swing. Does that make sense, everybody? So again, the reason why we bought this here, even though we know you could fall out the sky, and even though you have to fill this gap from over here, we know about all that. But that's not going to stop us in the short term. If you want to actually play that gap from a couple days ago, the first thing I would advise every single one of you to do right here, right now, is go look at a 15 to 20 day option and just literally hold a put. Just hold the put, everybody. How many strikes do you go out? Use those weekly boxes I taught you. You already know how far to go out. It all depends on your capital. If you have a good amount of capital, a good chunk of change, what you could do is you want to buy something at least 30 days out, and you want to only spend around 200 to 400. If it's really expensive, sometimes they are, all you want to do is go 15 days out and buy something for the same amount with the intention of fully losing it. Follow along real quick. Why am I talking about you're intentionally trying to fully lose this? It's because that's your insurance. So if the market does fall out the sky, so be it. You have some insurance. That's the first thing I taught everybody last year, which allowed them to trade much better. Now, this year, because of the swinging to a crazy new high, it's a little bit harder to get those puts like last year. It's not as easy. It's actually harder. But the one thing I'm noticing is it's still trending the same way. You have not, done a new trend besides there was a day over here somewhere where it was just really wonky. Yeah, like this right here, this price action, you're running into this high here and then falling down to this low that's still higher than that. That was really wonky. Normally, you don't fall down this low right after that. You would do it after a couple days because you already hit this low here, or if not in like 2-3 weeks after. This reminds me of December and January. And if you guys remember, Trump did the tariffs, and then all of a sudden the market fell out the sky. It's not because Trump did the tariffs that the market fell out the sky. It's not the market had a good reason to fall out the sky. They wanted to position themselves better, and they thought that this was an opportunity for them to send the market lower. And, oh boy, they were correct. Now, the funniest reality of that whole situation was when you fell out the sky, you basically hit the midpoint of 2022. So watch this. Everybody's watching? Don't lose the charts here. So look, watch this. Where the hell is it? Over here. Actually, let me go further back so you guys can actually see how crazy this is. So look, this is futures. This is not the SPY. Take this box, put this box right here at the middle. Just like that, right? Again, everybody, you following along? I took this box from COVID low to COVID high before you fell out the sky. I copied it to the middle. And now watch this. When I go to the right, look what happens. When Trump crashed the market, you were at the top of the range. So every single time we hit the top, I told everybody just to hold a put. Like 30 days out, every single time. And every time that thing went up, we all sold out. But I started recognizing that everybody on the Discord would just have contracts for here. So that means when it fell down to here, nobody was positioned. Nor for here, nor for here. Which is the midpoint. So going forward here, the one thing I want everybody to do is position themselves for all 4 entries. But do it at different moments. So you see how you hit the top first? Boom, you hit the top once, just like how we did a couple days ago. You buy one contract, 30 days out, boom. You fall down, let's just say your contract went up. You didn't sell it though. Let's say you run up again. Boom. Now you buy the 40 to 60 day out contract. Then you fall down. Let's say you run up again. Boom. Now you buy the 180 day contract. So sometimes you're not going to be positioned all the way. Like when we bought down here, honestly, the only reason why we bought so much is because we already knew it was going to hold at 480 because I was telling everybody about this last year, as you can see. And the reason why I knew it was going to fall here since last year was because I just took the trend from 2 years ago, which is the most recent one. So, of course, when you're running up here, where are you really going to fall from? The answer is right here, ladies and gentlemen. You still have a long way to go, 7,400 on ES. However, you see how when you're running up before Trump crashed the market? Because like I said, the market does not work on news. It just simply accelerates it. News absolutely has no impact on the market besides accelerating it. There's nothing else news kind of depicts and, changes. And you have to understand the reason why it's because this is SPY. If you're talking about United, if you're talking about Tesla, if you're talking about Moomoo, if you're talking about all these separate companies, then there is a difference with the news. There is. The news affects it more dramatically. With SPY does not care about the news. You have the best 500 companies in the world. The SPY could care less about what we're doing right now. Because it's just like a bulky animal, Nothing could take it out. No matter how crazy the news is, the only thing that's going to take SPY out is the technicals. And you held here perfectly. So again, when we bought here, what we did was we told everybody to buy contract for down here, right? We told everybody to buy calls for, let me show you. For first here, then here, and then right here. So by the time the market ran up to here, like 6,200, I already had the whole Discord sell out of everything. And of course, you did go up higher. Everybody could have made more money, but that's not good enough in terms of the reason as to how fast you ran up, as well as to where you're currently at. This looks just like you're about to fall down to here. So I do think the SPY is actually going to crash, but I don't think it's going to crash that bad. I think it's going to fall to like this arrow right here. I'll make it blue. And when it does hit this arrow, I'm making everybody buy into calls straight for here. So as soon as you hit the blue arrow, that's what I've been waiting for, honestly, ever since I sold you guys out up here. Because we're just going to buy the calls cheaper. So, yep. That's what we're waiting for, everybody. That's when you need to have at least 5-10K. Because that 5-10,000 is going to turn into 50,000. No problem. You just got to wait. That's the reason why I'm trying to explain to you guys. Do not put a lot of capital into the market. You can make a good amount of money with just a little bit amount of money. The bigger trades, that's where you want to hold your money for. And then for the smaller trades, they still have enough momentum because, people like to gamble. Everybody likes to throw money into a random direction. And that includes big money. They definitely get a thrill out of that, out of not knowing and then just playing whatever. Because I remember when I used to trade before, I used to be like, all right, I don't even want to care about my ideas. I just want to throw into a random direction, and that's it. Who cares? That's how mad I used to get sometimes. So I could imagine that some of these bigger players, with all the stress that they had to deal with, in terms of that dollar amount, more money, more problems, right? But in terms of that dollar amount, it probably really does stress them out. And they probably do get to that level where they're just like, you know what, screw it. That's why I feel like, a lot of these individuals trade 0 days. It has to be that way, because who's going to trade with customer funds? If you're an actual, entity that trades for people, like some of these bigger firms, you have to be out of your mind to be able to trade 0 days for people, because that's their money, and you're trading 0 days. That is ridiculously, terrible, right? So what those bigger players do is they go further out with more money, and they just have more time. And then they'll split their portfolio into quarters. So if they have 20 million, they'll throw 5 into the upside, 5 into the downside, and use the rest to just average down on whichever side goes negative first, which means the other side's profitable. Then they'll average down on the bigger side. The market just flips right back up, and then that's it. They call it a day. They wait for the next opportunity. They just consistently do that all the time. So yeah, that's the cool part. When you have a lot of money, it's basically impossible to lose in this market if you're positioned correctly. You just can't go Rambo too quick, So let's look at the spot calls now. Let's start dancing with the SPY, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun here. So again, both ideas worked out perfectly. We told you puts right here. You fell down to the first reversal point. We told you to sell it. We then told you calls right here. You then ran right back up to the top point. You hit the first reversal point again. Yeah, this is moving real nicely. Exactly how we wanted. And remember, we came up with the plan minutes before you actually opened up with the market. I swear and I promise to you all, we did not look at the market a second before. Not last night. Not right, earlier this morning. We waited for the market to open up to say that. Now, why am I saying it like that? Is because I want you guys to understand that the testing of oneself does not change. You're always testing yourself. And that right there was basically a test. It could have went the opposite way, right? You could have had yourself hit number 1 first and then run up and then basically have that bigger uptrend at first, and then you could have fell down after. So it basically could have switched our idea, vice versa, and it done it that way, but it did not. It did it the same way we wanted it to because of where you opened up, how you opened up, and the fact that you hit number 1 first. So we were waiting for something to occur before we actually ended up buying into something, is the idea. It's like yin and yang, right? Cause and effect. All right, everybody. We just bought into the call again here. I want to see if this is going to snap right back in to at least the midpoint. Again, I just filled my call right there. That's what that noise was right there. I forgot I had that. But yeah. It didn't buy it over here, so now we bought it. Of course, this is how most people trade. So what do you think is going to happen, everybody? Do you think it's going to go down more right now because you already hit this level? Or do you think it's going to hold here? What do you guys think? And then I'll tell you guys what's going to happen. You just got to say it a little quick. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? You said bring it down? Remember, I need quick thoughts. Imagine you're in war and you got to make a decision right now. Where's the market going to go within the next 5 to 10 minutes? A new high or a new low? Whiplash up. I like that, culinary. Anybody else? What about the YouTube? What are you guys thinking over there? Excellent. You got a 50% from that 651 call. There we go. You said McDonald's is nasty? There we go. Nah, yeah, McDonald's is nasty. It's terrible. One time I ate that, and I remember throwing up for like 3-4 hours, like straight. I just couldn't stop throwing up. Yeah, I do not eat any fast food, especially in over here. Actually, no. I think I got McDonald's not too long ago, but I had an excuse. I was dying. I was in need of food, everybody. I accidentally left my house and I didn't eat a single thing. You eat McDonald's so much because of your kids? Nah, yeah. You know it's not that much to get a chef, right? You guys just know that, right? You could literally pay you are a chef? What the hell? What the hell? That's crazy. I think you're the third chef we have on the Discord. Do you do it professionally or do you do it for... You've been a chef for 20 years? That's insane. What in the world? You know what we got to do now? Now we got to go on that Gordon Ramsay show. We got to get a few more members. Yo, we got to do like a challenge for that. You said a fish fry off? That's wild. That's crazy. I was literally just talking to Culinary about this the other day, wasn't I? Weren't we talking about this? And you were saying chefs? I remember he was talking about that. I believe he said that. If not, it might have been... Not yeah. It might have been somebody else. You're a sushi chef? Yeah, see, that's real nice. I think we have... Yeah, that's crazy. Three different individuals. Because I was going to say, like, if you get a chef, all you got to do is pay them, I think. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but again, just try to see where I'm trying to go with this. It costs $2,000 about. And I believe that includes the food as well. I could be wrong. I might have to run the numbers again. But I believe it's around $2,000 for the whole month, which is basically how much a normal family of 5 spends on food. You know, from eating out, water. I guess I can't really count water in this scenario, but just eating out specifically, the ingredients, the food. It's pretty good. It's not that expensive. You have pride in your fish, but if I get beat, I get to eat better fish, so it's a win. There we go. That's a nice way to look at it. Nah, I was watching that guy that's in Japan. If you guys ever get bored, you said you cook too, but not professionally. What's going on over here? Let's see what's this. Yo, that bread? Yo, don't get me started with cash. Don't get me started with bread. You about to get me going crazy right now. That bread looks... That's some good bread right there. You got 100% on Mumu and got stopped out? Excellent, Cody. There we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mumu again. Let's go to the 5-minute here. Yeah, look at that, Cody. Nice play right there. You played the continuation going higher than this point. So what you could do is wait for it to go lower than this peak. And then you could just basically just automatically buy into it. You could buy into like another trade for cheaper. Because they might just want to whiplash you below it for like a second and then take you higher. Kind of like how they did on this day. No, yeah, for some reason I have an addiction to bread. I don't know if I told you guys that. When I was younger and I used to go to weddings, because I didn't like the food that they would have, I would just go to everybody's table and take their bread before they showed up. I'll stuff my pockets with a bunch of not my pockets, but like they come in like the plastic covering. So that thing would look like straight up like I'm just trying to like fix the tables, or like I work there or something like that. And I'll just take the bread and just walk away to my corner and eat it all. Nah, yeah. That's how the bread addiction started. And now it's the problem. Every single time I go out the state or country, I always gotta try bread. Like literally, you guys want to hear something funny? I just remembered this. If you ask some of my friends that went to Japan with me, yo, just ask them how I am when it comes to food, and they're gonna be like, yeah, I don't know, man. Because the first thing I did when I went to Japan was find the best bread inside the damn grocery store. They have like different types. Like, look, let me show you. I wish the bread over here was like that. 7-11 bread, Japan. 7-Eleven bread in Japan. Look at this. I'll tell you which one was my favorite one. Like, look at this. Look at that. 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 Look, you see the shine on the bread? That's some good bread right there. I could tell just by visually looking at this. Like, look at this right here. I don't think this is Japanese. Oh, this is Japanese milk bread. Like, that looks crazy. But I would get these right here. I can't eat all that. Can't eat that. Half this stuff would kill me. Where was it? You know how hard it was to read Japanese ingredients on some of this stuff? Where's the damn bread? It's like this one here. Well, I want to show you all of them. I don't like this one. I don't even think I can eat that one. Where did it go? Let me see. Slice. Sliced bread. There you go. All right. Yeah, this one right here. Let me tell ya. So look. That's 118 yen is basically like 70 cents. And this right here is like a thick ass piece of bread. It's like really, really thick. So they come in different like thicknesses, you could say. I'm trying to show you all of them, but I don't know what. I think I probably have a picture on my phone. Why are they hiding the best one? That should be the first thing here. Yeah, I don't even know where it's at. It's basically sliced bread. It's like the first picture. Let me see. If I click this one. Oh, there it is. There you are. Look at you. So look, this is $1 for the whole entire thing. Not even $1. It's like 80 cents for 6 pieces. Let me tell ya, it was one of the best things I've ever ate. If you ever go to Japan, I'm telling you, try the sliced bread. That thing is crazy, the consistency and the freshness of their food. I don't understand it because they put less preservatives and less chemicals and stuff. And their food, maybe it's because of how quickly they change their stuff. Because every 7-Eleven you go to in Japan, they got like 4 or 5 people working. And it's kind of crazy, but nah, yeah. One was going down a little bit lower. As you guys can tell, I get very excited when I talk about bread. Yeah, I gotta learn how to make the fluffy one that you puff up. They're called milk bread. Nah, yeah. I think the other ones they have. I forgot which one I was getting. I think it did contain milk, but since it's processed like a certain way, it doesn't contain as much milk where I get like allergic reactions. So I could eat some of that. That's fine. One time I had a reaction when I was over there. I really thought I was gonna die. My throat was closing and everything. But it was my dumbass fault because I wanted to try a drink that had milk in it. I don't know why, but yeah, that was very stupid. Thank God nothing happened. Yeah, that right there. Like my grandma, she would make bread like that. Cause like that's how they used to do it back home. It's like that's how my grandma makes it. Just like that. Yeah, just literally just like that. Let me show ya. Look at this. I don't know what you call it in the language, but yeah, that right there. Like really hard on the outside and then like as soft as can be on the inside. Who keeps... I swear to God, if Bank of America calls me one more time. They spamming me. How's everybody doing over there? All right, so is everybody ready for me to tell them what the market was going to do at that moment? All right, boom. At that moment, we got a call right here at the bottom. We got filled right at the bottom of the CS zone, right around here. Now, in terms of what the market did, we gave you guys two different choices. We said, is this going to go to a new low or a new high? And the answer is, in terms of buying a call, how would you rate that buy right there? 1 out of 10, before I give it my own rating. I'm saying this now because it's better for us to say it now before the market makes a move and changes the direction. You can cook too? Seafood and Asian and Western? Now that's what's up. I always wanted to learn that. There you go, everybody. Boom. This is where you want to buy now. So if you didn't buy that call, now this is where you get filled. You always wait for the market to go lower. You said chips and guac family cook-off? Yo, imagine that. No, we gotta set something like that up. Imagine we set something like that up. That would be crazy. That actually sounds like crazy fun. Let me tell y'all. We gotta figure it out though. Like, where will we even do this? Let me show you guys something. And this is to motivate me. So we got the how-to guy, 2 out of 10. There we go. Anybody else want to give their rating on that call? What type of rating would you give it? Be honest with me. Be straight up. Trust me, I don't get, emotional. It's okay. Tell me exactly what you think that call entry was. 1 out of 10. You said you want bread now? Not gonna lie to you. I'm right there with you, fish. I might have to go get some bread now. You see that Robin Hood drop? Let's go take a look at Robin Hood. Louis just spotted it falling out the sky here. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so after you made a new high, you then started to collapse right back to yesterday's consolidation. So this is potentially compressing here. Just be very careful. You did run up like crazy, so you might fall. I could see you like straight up, everybody. First thing you do when you get a drop like this. I sounded like one of those like salesmen right there. Like, in like the countryside, like where they be talking fast. I always wanted to learn how to do that. Like just talk dumb quick in terms of like trying to sell something, like a cow or something. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know what you call it, but so the first thing you do whenever you have a drop like this or a jump like that, chop it up. slice and dice it. And then what are you going to notice? Look at that, everybody. Robinhood is stuck at the 1/8 point. So now that you're below the 1/8 point, you could see the market fall right back down to 112. So the way I would personally play this is, since today was the day that took you to this level, I would not be playing nothing here. I would wait for tomorrow now, and if we're below this 1/8 point, then I would continue to play the downside going lower. If I'm going to play anything right now, logically speaking, if I'm going to play anything, it has to be calls. Logically. Because you're at a high. You're right next to the high. So you would play one call, see if it breaks out. If it does not break out and your call expires worthless, do you get angry with yourself? No. Do you get emotional? No. Do you say, I should have done this and I should have done that and I should have, no. What you do is you instantly see how you could have made it work in your favor with just playing the same side. Is it holding for a longer time? Is it a bigger expiration? Is it a closer strike price and you hold it for shorter? What exactly do you have to do here to make that dynamic perfect? Just like the SPY call today. Remember, we got filled by an accident. We got filled right here. If you guys want, you could replay the video at like 10:15. You'll hear me say it. That's the same call we were trying to buy over here for 17. We bought it right here for 17. And the one thing you'll start to recognize is that if the market was compressing, you were going to make a big move. So what we told everybody was that we want to see the market hit 649. And then in the morning, we told you it's going to fall to the second reversal point. And then after it falls to here, we're going to play the reversal going right back up now to the top. So in terms of a rating on that entry, on that call, point blank, everybody. Point blank, everybody. I'll give that call a... a 4.5 out of 10. Now, this is the reason why. Initially, I was going to say a 1 out of 10. Now, that's not proper. That's not fair. Why is it not fair? Because even though this got filled by an accident, even though we forgot to cancel the order and buy something closer, it happens sometimes. That's okay. We'll get ourselves out this problem. Right now, we're not going to average down that quickly. We're going to let the market make a bigger move. If it just runs right back up, we'll sell out at break even. And what's most likely going to happen is now you have the opportunity to run to number 2 up here. So why is it a 4.5? It's a 4.5 because we listened to the CS zones right here. So because it did get filled below the 200 and below the CS zone, 1 point for the 200, 1 point for the CS zone. Because you were at the low of the day, that's 1 point as well. So that's 3 points. Because you were also at King's Point, that's 4 points. Now, because you weren't at a new low, this made it a 4.5 instead of initially, if you bought down here, like at the line, when we told you that that's your next best area to buy, right at this orange line, that would have been a 6.0 due to the fact that you get an extra point because the market's at a low and you were at a lower low. So your contracts are cheaper than theoretically they were here. Now, what could have made this a 10 out of 10? Is very simple, everybody. Number 4. That's the only way you can really get a 10 out of 10. Truly. Anything in between, these are all C setups. Does that make sense? They're all C. The B setups are around number 2 and number 3. So this is now like a B setup. But in the morning, all this over here, this is just a C setup. From 1.5 to 1.5, these are all garbage setups. This is stuff you would not put $1 million into the market for, is what I'm saying to you. But for 0 days, yeah, we'll say that was a 4.5. Not bad. Not bad at all. The entry was spot on, because look at yesterday. You did the same thing. So, I think that's a fair characterization of it. Because look at yesterday, you hit the bottom, ran to the top, hit the bottom, ran to the midpoint, hit to the bottom, but you did go lower. You did go lower than this low, and then you managed to swing right back up to that high right there, which is where we had the calls. Over here, first thing we bought, or we didn't buy it, we didn't get filled. Contracts were a little too expensive, and they wouldn't fill at 17 for the puts up here. Those went up to 50%, and then everybody on the YouTube, we had some members over there that ended up going 50% right back up. And then for those of you who held puts from the top, for this to fall down as insurance, now you're up on your insurance. Because we're not thinking that this market's going to tank out the sky yet. But if it does, you're just going to hold insurance. You just average into it? Excellent. Excellent for averaging down there. Remember, keep your averaging very tight. If you buy one contract, the next time you buy is going to be 2 contracts. Now you're going to have 3 in total. The next time you're going to buy after that is going to be another 3. So just make sure you have enough money to at least average down 2 to 3 times into something, just in case it continuously goes against you. You'll be able to make it work. Because the strike prices that we're looking at, that we're choosing, it's right in range for it to potentially, instantly go in the money. So because you're in range to go in the money with the 652 call, we're pretty much, we're chilling. I love how the market's starting to expand now. That's really nice. Really, really nice. So again, we're going to let this flow kick out. We already have a call all the way up there at that blue arrow. Our calls right now, let's go take a look at them. Let's see how much they cost. Let's see if value is getting dramatically lost now. So we paid 17, and right now these are at $7. Paid 17, they're now at 7. This is for the 651, correct? Yes. Perfect. 651 call. Just like yesterday, we're not going to average down on the first play. We're just going to buy a whole new one. However, today we're going to have some fun here. We're going to trade with the $1,000 account. And we're going to flip this to... Let me see what we're working with first before I say it. We could just use this one instead. Let's use this one first before we use the $1,000 account. So let's use the $600 account. Let's get into a trade with $300 to $400. We're going to full port half of it. And that's not really full port. I guess it's half port, you should say. So we're going to half port into it at around 11:30. And then we're going to see if we could turn that $600 by just using 300. See if we could turn it into another 600. Meaning 900 profit. Or 900 in total, 600 profit. So that's basically 200%. Let's take a look at the puts here. Let's see how much value they gained as you fell. Not bad. $10 straight to 30. Not bad. 300% right there. Yeah, not bad at all. All right, everybody. It's time to kick things into overdrive here. So remember what I was talking about this morning when I told you all we have a couple things that we need to do here? A couple things we need to get done. One of those things that we need to get done is we need everybody on the same page when it comes to the $1 million challenge. Now we have plenty of information that we could use across the board. In terms of playing the downside, the first thing you have to consider is we're not going to fully perfectly play the downside until tomorrow. So today, if it's downside, that's okay. We're going to continue to play the calls at the best locations while the market goes against us. And then tomorrow, we're going to continue to play the downside. For now, we're going to stay locked into the calls. We're down, I think, about 80% now. Now it's at $6 each, so yeah, it's losing a little bit more value. We're only down 70%. Today's one of those days where your contract can basically go from, down 80%, and we could be up 200-300% with just this same play, just like yesterday, because we're following yesterday's idea. Remember that. Following yesterday's idea. which of course is for you to run up to 651. Now, why do you need to run up to 651? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the market's just been running up towards these highs nonstop. The one problem is you keep dramatically falling out the sky very fast. So it's like you fall and like it's like too late to get into the entry at that point. And then the next 2 days after that, you're just heading up higher. So yeah, this is most likely going to start flash crashing. If it really wants to fall right now. If not, I can still see this going up higher. After all, you already confirmed the high. Like this trend right here was confirmation of you wanting to go higher. The fact that you held at the midpoint of this last downtrend right here. So like for instance, if you grab a box and you measure it from up here to right down here, you would see that when you fell, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago. You fell right next to the 200 moving average and you got slightly above it. Now pay attention to the flow here. This is the first time you went below the 200 since Friday. You actually did not touch the 200 yesterday. On the 15-minute, that is. On the 5-minute, I believe you did. Yeah, yes you did. And then the last time you touched the 200 on the 5-minute was, besides like, the last time you were above it. Sorry, that's what I meant. Last time you were above the 200 was over here on the 4th. And then on the 5th, you were below it. The next day, you were above it. Today, you're below it. So all I want to see happen is basically a quick little switch right back to the top end. 652 will sell the call. And then at 654, we'll buy another put. That's 0 day. All right. So we had a couple fun moments there. Everybody's on the same page in terms of these weekly boxes. Now let's go fix up that $1 million account challenge so that everybody's, of course, again, on the same page. And then after that, we're going to have some fun with these entries. Remember, we're not going to force it. It's better for you guys to see the process of how one trades and the theoreticals and, you know, when a trade goes against you, like how do you handle it? How do you deal with those situations? I don't know. I feel like watching a person do that is more helpful for you guys. Instead of just watching me, you know, trade crazy amount back and forth, it doesn't really help. When you make a mistake, you see the ideas that we had in the morning and you see how yesterday kind of rhymes with basically today. Still the same thing. Nothing's really changing. We told everybody yesterday, if you open up at the same level, you're just going to drop. When did we say that? I'm not too sure, actually, now that I mention it. Probably in the morning because I wasn't here the whole day. So yeah, probably like right before 11:30. That's when I had mentioned it. But did I? Wait, actually, did I mention that yesterday? I might be wrong. I might have not mentioned it. I might have left too suddenly. I think I left too suddenly. I think I was saying when I came back, that's when I talked about it with you guys. When I was on the Discord. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned it to you guys yesterday. So I apologize for that. Usually I always do that for you guys. But again, I wasn't there the whole day. Had a little appointment to deal with. I can tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. In case you guys want to know now. You guys want to test the knowledge. In terms of tomorrow, this is what's going to happen. 2 directions. Because one direction is always going to equal the opposite direction. So when I draw 2 lines and a line up and a line below, remember, most people on YouTube, when I first did this and I was trying to tell them like how to look at the market with an equal, you know, bias. The second I'll tell everybody that the market can either run up to here or fall down to here. You have somebody in the corners that's just like, duh. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? What do you mean, duh? You know what I mean? It's too surface level. But that's the problem here is don't think about it like it's surface level. Don't think about it like that individual did. And I hope he did change his mindset. Because that's going to remain an issue in your career here in terms of trading. So what am I talking about for upside and downside? Real quick, everybody. Just looking at this simple chart from... Just looking at Friday. I just literally took Friday's range and that's it. The closest one. The smallest one. In terms of what we're going to do here. Since you already hit the 1/4 point. I see you falling right back down to here. Hitting this 1/4 point. And then after you hit the 1/4 point, you went back to the line. So after you hit this, I see you running back to the line here. And then the next day, you went straight to the 200. So then you kept falling down. So now I think you're going to fall right back down to this line. Probably going to fall down to here, like consolidate like this. And then tomorrow, we could see this fall down to 643, if not 644, somewhere around here. So that's your downside from today to tomorrow. In terms of structuring it the same way for the call side, just literally copy and paste it. But the problem is for the call side, since you already did that trend, this is basically you copying this trend here and putting it down here. So like what just happened to the upside is what I'm flipping and what I'm using as my downside. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to always allow you to profit with just scalping here and there. So again, it's not going to be perfect. The market is going to do something different. For example, you might go beneath the line here and then run up higher. But the fact remains, the direction is still correct in terms of the theoretical. So yeah, that's how I would do it. So me just looking at yesterday, I know what can happen today. And then me looking at today and yesterday and looking at where you're at right now, I now know what's going to happen tomorrow. Which is basically you're going to end up running above the high here, like above the 1/4 point. I could then see you falling either right back down to the line here. And after you do that, then officially now you could run up to a new high where I'm thinking you're going to hit 655. So in terms of upside and downside, because of where you're at on the trends, the upside is definitely very, very capable. And we could definitely start flying at any moment's notice. The downside, you have a lot of structure that you have to break through. So in terms of playing the puts, yes, you do have more downside potential for you because you ran up so much since 480. But point blank, everybody, you have to chop it up. So if this falls below 1/4, you basically play puts to this 1/4. Maybe play a call right back to here. See if it's going to change directions for that week and maybe potentially head up again. If not, you're just going to head lower. And in terms of lower, that's something like this here. Right back to the midpoint. Because that's the midpoint of this box over here. It's the bottom of these, because these are the new boxes, the new smaller ones. But then right down here, it kind of lines up perfectly with right around here, which is 633, the midpoint of your whole entire monthly trend of August. So yeah, everybody, that's pretty much all. Now take a picture. See how close this is tomorrow. We're not going to put extra thought into it. We're just going to leave it like that. Keep it simple. Because if we keep adding more thoughts, the concept is just going to seem more distant for everybody. So for now, let's just keep it as simple as possible. Make sure everybody's on the same page here. And now we wait. Just like yesterday. So this contract, remember, only cost me $17. We got filled right up here at the top. You guys know why I got filled. I'm not going to keep saying it was a mistake. It happened. We forgot about it. We ended up getting filled a little bit later. And now we're down. So now we have a couple opportunities for us to get out this play. The first opportunity is going to be to wait for 11:30, like how I told you guys. 11:30, that's around the European market close. So that's really what I'm looking for right now. European market close. That's when you get some momentum pulled from the market because those players can't buy and sell no more. Yeah, you're holding all these other trends really nicely. Wait, let me see this chart here. Yeah, that's real nice. Do you guys see how you hit the midpoint right here? A couple days ago. Today you're simply... It's like, imagine this. You're staircasing, like everybody tilt your head to the left. So tilt your head to the left until those lines look like they're flat. Now, when you're looking at those lines as if they're flat, imagine this is lower, right? This is higher. This is at the quarter point. That point right there. And then look at where you fell down today. You fell down near the midpoint. So this just simply tells me that if this market runs up here, you're going to run up to A couple different areas, actually. That area, but mainly this area right there. Because that is the equal reaction upon this line here, which is where you just hit. So the next thing I would do here is I would go like this. And you see this diagonal range? Just like how I make the boxes horizontally with you guys when we chop it up, you could do the same thing with the diagonal boxes. And if you actually look at it, and you chop up the range, you see that for today, you held at this midpoint. But wait a second. If you copy this to right here, what do you guys notice? This morning you opened up near it, below it, ran up to it, didn't hit it. Now you're hitting the bottom. So in terms of the diagonals, this is basically them trying to force you to look at this market in a way where you're thinking it's bearish, which is completely true. I agree with them. This market does look bearish. However, the more I look at it, the more I'm just like, all right, you already did this move yesterday. So right now they're just setting themselves up to get cheaper prices, which means if they send this market up again, they're literally just going to send you up to one of these blue arrows, which is still going to be a lot of profit for us, even if we don't average down. Alrighty. We still got to make that video, by the way. Let's go check this option. You're now at $8. Let's go take a look at SPY here. All right, everybody. Perfectly ran to that first reversal point. That was really nice. And then the second you hit it, what did the market do, everybody? Instant sell-off. Give me one moment here. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is $1 million account, everybody. Let's go work on it together. Let's ignore the spy here for a second. I want to notice the second you guys start to understand the difference between these trades the last 2 weeks. So again, everybody, have you began breaking down the idea of reversal points, the moving averages, the 200 moving average, and then the weekly boxes? How's everybody's progress with that? I gave you guys enough time. We had a Saturday class for those of you that were on the Discord. If you just haven't had time to watch the video, just make sure you comment in the chat. Because then you know what we could do? We could just bump heads together later today. And I'll just teach you very quickly, instead of you having to watch the videos. So again, just let me know so I can organize the meetings for today. Now, in terms of everybody that did do the boxes, again, be fair with me. If you did draw the boxes, tell me how your experience is so far, as well as tell me what your notes say. Tell me what your notes say. For instance, you can't just make a chart and have nothing that goes with it. You said you want bread now? Yeah, I was about to say I read that earlier. Just made me realize. Oh, you said SPY was hitting the gold zone? So yeah, around here, we actually don't have any gold yet. So all these zones here are just purple for now. Exactly, Louis. There we go. I think after today, it's enough. I should start switching that up. Okay. So, tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow I'll just do that. And then I should start planning out my days ahead of time. Sorry, I can't be descriptive here. I just have to be vague. I really want to tell you guys, but I can't. If I tell you guys, then there's no purpose of it. I can't even say that. I gotta watch it. Let's see what everybody else over here. Are you still holding in video calls? Yes, we currently are. We are currently still holding in video right now. We're waiting for SPY to make a new high. So that's why we got like 2 weeks on that one. 2 weeks. Let's see. Where is it? Right here. Yep. Still looks pretty good. In fact, it looks better than yesterday. Yesterday was just a day where it was just establishing support. So in theory, if that's the case, and you're right back into the price action of yesterday, and in fact, you're basically hitting yesterday's opening price already, my thought process is pretty much as follows, which is I want to see the market run right back up to the tippity top, everybody. Let's just say you continue to drop from this last high, this last top. The only thing you need to do here, everybody, very simple. Let's go ahead and bring up your week. Oh, we already have them here. Yeah. These are August, though. You guys are not going to have these. So if you're going to make these weekly boxes, you're most likely going to have the new ones, which is these. So let's go to the new ones. Should be right there. Nope. Here. Nope. Here. Nope. Here. There you go. Okay, so for the new weekly boxes, so literally just using Friday's data, the high and the low. Today, as you all could tell, how does today look when you look at the trends like this? Actually, I wasn't going to mention this, Louis, but I'll mention it. I wasn't going to say nothing because I kind of wanted you to go through the process of learning this. But I think it's time, actually. I don't need to wait anymore for you. So the reason why I specifically gave you those entries for those two different companies you gave me today, I want you to tell me why I did that. Because it's a very consistent thing that you will see me do with many stocks, which is why we said not to trade Moomoo yet. That's the same thing with Robinhood. Same thing with all these other companies. We're just going to wait for the next high. But there's a certain reason why we're doing that. So you were saying like it could be like the most profitable one? That's a good that's a good consistent thought. But the answer is it's less consistent. So the first entry is always the best entry. The first time you hit a level, such as when SPY hit 651 and we bought puts up here, first entry is going to be the best entry. When SPY runs up to 651 again, we are not going to play the puts the same way we played them this day. We're going to play them even shorter if we were ever to play puts. And in fact, I wouldn't even probably have you guys get into puts no more. If you haven't noticed, I don't make you guys get into the entries at the same level. It has to be above a previous level. We always do it. So it's the same thing as us, because I want you to recognize something. It's the same thing as us doing this here. Remember how we got into those calls earlier today on SPY? We bought it right there at the blue circle. Yep. You see how the market had an opportunity of going lower? So go ahead.
I think I know what you're saying.
Yep.
It increased the possibility that they were going to break out, that they're going to make a new high.
Correct.
It's just that I already tried a couple times.
There you go. That right there. Because the high was already hit. Excellent. Because there's been many times where I would trade. Because listen, what is your goal when you're trading as a trader? It's not to get some lucky base hits, some lucky home runs. That's not what this is about. It's about exactly, yes. Just like that. Because now you don't have to stress. If it doesn't work out, you know why it's not working out. And you know the next area is going to work out at. So you can kind of go into overdrive. If I have a put at a crazy area, second you break out, boom, play a short put just so I can squeeze that short-term price action while it starts to dabble with the upside. And then the second you get to that new high, boom. Now we can enter into a bigger contract, 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, 30-day.
Yeah, I believe anybody can relate to that. Anybody that trades, you've seen it hit a support level or resistance level, and then reverse. Then hit the support level or resistance level and reverse. And then the next time, say, okay, I'm getting in. I'm gonna jump in this time, and they hit that support or resistance level, and it's like the reverse. You're like, God damn, everybody had that ability.
Yes. Exactly. So when I'm teaching you guys, I want you to understand the way my brain is functioning. It's like this. Do you guys really think I want to be seen as stupid or dumb? Or I want to really cause you guys to lose money? Even if we're not talking about the losing of money, but the amount of commitment and the way that I look at myself in the mirror, I can only justify me being able to help people and get paid for it from the Discord, right? But I can only justify that if every single spitting second of every single day, the first thing my brain is thinking of is the ultimate entry for you guys. The intel plays, these spy calls are not the same thing. And I want you to recognize that. Same thing with the Tesla plays, right? We went from having a Tesla loss, made that back with another play, and 2 times in the same day, we got a 50 to 100% trade. I think it ended up going to 100, like 100 and something percent, but we didn't sell it for that much. I sold it for around 43 for the first time, and then the second time we sold it for 30. But you went up 100% 2 times that day. So it's like a progression system. When you have a loss as a trader, the first thing you're going to do is feel emotional about it. That's the case. That's what happened to me before. But the one thing I recognized was as long as you always try, you're always going to be motivated to try again. It's just trying and trying and trying, and you don't give up. You don't get frustrated. You apply logic to it so that you can fathom a way where you have an ultimate perfect entry where nobody's going to lose money. Again, these SPY trades are not the same. How do you know they're not the same? When was the last time you saw me use $500 on SPY? Last time we used $500 on the SPY, how did it turn out, everybody? And then I'll talk about the time before that. Because remember, we posted those on Moomoo. Last time we ended up trading a 5-day call on SPY, we bought them down here. And we sold them right up here. That's literally your craziest whiplash of like the whole entire month of August. Actually, let me check just to be... Yeah, basically. It was more quicker than any other whiplash. It was almost the same speed as you going down here. How much did you fall here? Yeah, it's not the same size. This is bigger. So think about that. We caught that. And I want you to recognize something else. When was the last time I told you to buy puts before that? Right over here. And we caught that. We played the top. We played the bottom. So, of course, over here is the same thing. Over here is the same thing. Which is why we told everybody a couple days ago to look for 650 at 635. And then you got 651. So then we entered into the puts. Now you're falling down to here. So what I want you all to recognize is that this market is about to have a crazy ass move sooner or later. And I don't care if it's tomorrow. I don't care if it's the next day. I don't care if it's the day after that. We're going to keep playing these 0 days. Because one day is going to basically make you profit every single one of those days we lost. Which was yesterday, we lost about 30. This day, we were profitable. On Thursday, actually, we made that money back on Friday. So we can't even count that. So we're just down $30 logically. But if you actually count, like, let's just say we don't count us making the money back. And we just count the losses like boom, flat out, right? A flat out loss. If you round up all the cost of everything, you know how much it is? Even if I include Tesla, even if I include the Nvidia loss, when we traded Nvidia this day over here on the 22nd of August, if I include everything, you know we still didn't even approach 25% of the capital we made here. So what I'm trying to have you guys do is make money in a certain period and then torture you guys is what I'm saying. And I'm saying that loud and, clear so you all can hear me. When you see me get into a trade with a certain amount of money, the more money I use, the more serious I am. If I'm only using $4 or $5, I'm still serious, of course, because that's still money, right? Still something. So it's still something that has potential, but does it have as much potential as something that I'm using 500 or 1,000 on? And the answer is no. So whenever you see me go, 500 on these plays, 1,000, I want you to do the same thing. Whenever you see me trade a little amount, $10, $15, $20, I want you to do the same thing. Once I start seeing that this whole Discord is at the same level, then we go to the next level. Then we start making 500 per day. Once I get everybody to that level, then we go, basically to the next level. We make 1,000 per day. It's, it's just basic staircasing. Just simply scaling up little by little. But only when I see these results across the board. When I see myself getting into an option right there, and the second I got filled at that option, instantly I want to hear somebody's voice telling me, shouldn't you have waited for it to go lower? That's what I want you guys to say. I want you guys to question when I get into these entries and give me a reason as to why you think that's a bad idea. Don't think that just because I know how to trade, and I'm sure you guys seen me trade before. If I really trade right now, and I'm really, really trying, just look at February's results. I go right now on the YouTube, right? Go to my account. I don't think I privated them, unless they got copyrighted. But let's actually go here together. Let's go to my YouTube channel. We're going to go here. And then we're going to go to view channel. Then we got to go to manage videos. And then we got to go to live. This is my payment method. No wonder Google keeps calling me. Yeah, I just realized that. I think something happened with one of my cards, so we gotta somehow. By the way, so this is when I tried the promotions, and I'm telling you guys, never, ever, 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 ever spend money on this ever. Never, ever spend money on YouTube promotions. This is the stupidest thing in the world. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was 14, 15, and I was making a bunch of YouTube accounts to try to just get more subscribers and more likes. Because let's be honest, everybody try to do that. Everybody wants to see themselves succeed. Everybody wants to put themselves on the map. And when there's nobody else around you and you got no friends, you got to make it happen. So I was trying to see if it would work for the YouTube, for like the stock stuff. It's terrible. Like the cost. Like this is basically what I was thinking of doing was making like all the money my YouTube would make. I was thinking about just dumping it into like promotions, because in theory, it's kind of like you're consistently funding your own growth. And since, we don't need the capital from the YouTube, all we got to do is just use that for promotions. And what I noticed, it didn't really work out. I know you see impressions here, and I know you see views here, but I'm telling you, it was terrible. A waste of money. Complete waste of money. So, let's go over here. I think we got to go to 50. Let's put up 50 videos. You said you don't know what's worse, waiting for Spy or my other screen. There we go. You know how happy I am, culinary, about this? See, I'm not going to bother you right now, but just wait. Just wait till you have it. And you don't need to work no more. I'm going to have you download so many different things. I'm going to show you like the Blender stuff, how to animate 3D videos. I know you always wanted to do that. So yeah, and we could, you know what we could do here? You know what we should do here together? If you guys are down with that, we should have a night where, I think I went too far back. This looks like January. No, that's March. February. So if you guys go to these trades here, just start watching from February 3rd. Is this all private? Oh God. As you guys can see, yeah. Whenever we do really good, I always hide the videos, as you could tell. And these are not even copyrighted. I just turned them all off because I don't like when people see me win, because now they kind of come after me for the wrong reason. They kind of go to me for free trades and easy stuff and to use. And I kind of don't like that. So for some reason, my body naturally creates, I don't know, it just causes me to private everything. So what I'm going to do here is, just so you guys can actually watch this whenever you have some time, I'm going to unprivate this for at least another month. Let's select this one. And I want you guys to watch these whenever you get a chance. Whenever you're bored, you're eating food. Copyright. Let me make sure. Private Discord live. That cannot be public. That's private. Spies major drop. This one. Private. Did I select the private one here? I did. All right, turn that off. How about over here? Private live. Nope. King's Point. Oh, that's when I did it. Okay. Fixing all charts for the next 2 weeks. I'll unhide this. Partially blocked. Why does it say sharing revenue for a private video? That's weird. All right, let's go over here. Click this one. Click this one. New record. So that's probably when I had that record. And then that's it. I'm leaving everything else hidden. Actually, what? Wait. This one day I was live for 27 hours. Yeah, I was just way too excited around that time when we were making like all those trades. We were trading about 12 times a day. And you could say we had maybe 1 or 2 losses with just the 0 days. But then everything else was pretty much... Do not delete the videos. How do you edit this? Edit this. Visibility. Private. Make it public. Update videos. I understand. Update. Alright, perfect. So remember, this stays between me and you. You don't show nobody these videos. You don't try to... Because people are not going to believe it. It's going to be inflated. Especially when they join up randomly. And I'm in the process of torturing everybody. Cough, cough. Right now. It's kind of like... yeah, it's not, you know, like equal. It's not an equal reaction. It's like an unfair equal reaction. So that's all, guys. I just wanted to tell you that. Whenever you get a chance, if you're new here and you weren't around that time in February, in January we did even better. But there's no point for me to unhide those videos because the way my mind was working at the time, I was dealing with kicking everybody out the Discord, so I wasn't really in the right mind. So I wasn't really talking that much. At least in in February, I think we were still talking. Like the end of February is when I finished kicking everybody out. And I think in April, that's when we started to like fix up the Discord and stuff like that. And we weren't really focusing on really teaching at that point. So we were really quiet every day. And yeah, it's just so weird when I look at that. You know what I mean? Because as a child, you always want yourself to be seen as, you know, the manliest man and the greatest man in the room, right? You know what I mean? Especially when you don't really have people around you to push you to that level. So it's kind of weird, but it's like I never cared about trying to force things to make myself look a certain way. And I do it with the trades as well. I want you guys to understand that. Every loss we take, just understand it's for a reason. Every win we take, just understand it's for a reason. It's not just random. And that's basically the thing I did not want to tell you guys, but unfortunately I let it slip right there. And yeah, that's just the end of it. We can now move on to the trades. Make some charts. You said, should we buy puts now? Remember, if you're going to ask me a question, you got to attach an explanation to it. So if you're going to say, and I'm not trying to be an asshole or something like that. I'm trying to be straight up with you guys. This is the best way for you to grow. So you said, should we buy puts now? Next time, just be like, should we buy puts here? And then list the reason. It's at the morning low. Can it go down lower? If it goes down lower, I could see this falling to, 645. You don't have to give me an essay, but just give me something quick, simple. Hit me with the key points. Hit me with the indicators that you're using. Only use the 200 moving average and EMAs because that's the only thing I taught you guys so far. And then all the other indicators, we're going to learn them together. Personally, I haven't tried to learn RSI by myself, like how I know how to trade right now. So we're going to learn RSI in a couple days. MACD, we're also going to learn that together. And VRVP. So those are the next 3 indicators we're going to work on. It's already done inside the Discord if you guys want to watch the videos whenever you have some time. And remember, if you're new to TradingView as well, I have the whole TradingView section on the Discord. So for those of you here, let's go to beginner classes, and then I have TradingView. And then in this section here, sometimes I get a question, and the question a person may give me is like one of the individuals that is on the Discord right now. He had mentioned last night, and he had told me, like, where is my watch list? Like, how do you guys find my watch list? And I completely forget to keep mentioning this, but I was like, no, yeah, you're right. This is how you do it. I have it all inside the Discord. So the second you click this link, it's going to add basically the main watch list, which contains 463 different companies. And those are the companies that I would want you to also look at as well. It's a quick way for you to actually have something, very important, but at your disposal, very, very simply, very, very easy. So that's pretty much all. And then if you scroll up a little bit more, you'll see what tools I have favorited, right? You'll see the videos that I released on supply and demand zones. I decided to post them here as well because I did it on TradingView. So it's kind of like, yeah, it just worked out. And then if you go up here, thank you for this, Danny. I do need to do more videos like this. I keep forgetting to do this, Danny. Every time I see this, I'm just like, holy shit, I should probably do that. So like how to move around on TradingView really fast or copy and paste. And then you have all of these TradingView videos here. A bunch of TradingView videos showing you how to break it down, showing you how to organize your charts, your object tree, organizing the whole entire watch. So like when we organized the watch list together, we did it together. I think it was me, Danny, and a few other people. And we were basically writing down as much names as we could think of. And we're trying to sniff out, the best plays from like everything pretty much. And that's what this watch list right here on the side contains. So it's very important, guys. It's very, very, very important for every single one of you to have the same type of step-by-step path that I have right now. Because remember, I've did around 30,000 charts at this point. Remember, I've done around 30,000 charts. Haven't finished them, but we've started them. In terms of ones we have finished, currently it's around 3,000. It's like 10% of that. And the 3,000 that we have done are basically the top 400 or 500 companies that we were looking at on that list right there. Now it's like 700, I think. So now I think we should probably update that, but regardless of so, these names that we have here, we have about 70 different trading styles for each one. The SPY has the most. It pretty much has like 180 trading styles, like just for that one. Because every single minute is a different trading style. It's like the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute. They're all considered different trading styles. And that goes for pretty much every single company. So I'm sure you can understand it quickly starts adding up. And as long as you do these charts effectively, you'll see how to start merging the 1 minute with the 15 and then the 15 with the 30, which is pretty much what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to perfectly merge because, on the 15 minute, the 200 moving average is usually in a different area. So what if I could see the 5 minute and instantly know where the 200 moving average is on the 15 minute? Like just theoretical. In terms of range, in terms of size of, that 5 minute range, like for that week. Like, could you be able to tell what the hell is going on with the 30 minute without switching to the 30 minute chart is what I'm saying. I don't know if it's possible, truly. But that's what I'm testing right now. And then the next thing we have to test is basically doing all 3,000 charts on adjusted data for dividends. So ADJ off and on is 2 different charts. On some applications like Charles Schwab, you even have a third one, which is censored. And ladies and gentlemen, I try to not say stuff for no reason unless it has some merit to it in terms of the way the market is structured. But I'm just giving you a word of the wise. These brokerages do not want you to see the true structure. That's all I'm going to say. These brokerages, they change data and they give you so many different arrays of information. And I don't know if it's because of this one thing that I do know about how the markets ran. I think that's the reason. So like, for instance, basically what I'm saying is if I click this button here and all the data is different, look at the high right there, 652.21. Is it the same high? So yeah, this is even different from Webull. Because go to Webull here. Look at this chart here, and now watch this. Actually, you know what? I gotta see something real quick. Before I say that it's different, let me go to 2021, and if the data is not the same, then I know it's different. So the high is, just give me one moment. Did it hit a reversal? Sorry for the talking, everybody. I apologize. We'll go right back to the chart right now. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so the high right here is 479, right? So if I click this, what happens? The high down there is now 456. So again, that's $20 of a difference. So on the short term, like right now, there's not that much of a variation. But on this term right here, there is a huge variation. You all just saw that, right? Look at my screen again. I'm going to change it back. That's 4, 5, 6, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Now watch this. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to turn it off. And you tell me if this is right. You tell me if this should exist. It's not. It's way different, right? So here's the thing. I found that creating charts with adjusted dividends on actually works. The charts work. They just work differently. Not that much differently. So what I'm thinking is, instead of us needing to do all these 3,000 charts on adjusted dividends, I'm thinking we just do our best ones. And as long as those work, theoretically, everything else should work as well. Theoretically. So it should be a lot less things I have to test going into the future. And that's pretty much all. But yeah, it's crazy how they changed the data. And that's $20 of a difference. I didn't even have to show you Webull because Webull was going to show you that. But yeah, $20 of a difference, everybody. That is drastic. That is too ridiculous to actually even be real. And when you realize that sometimes you literally have a SPY chart and you might click that by an accident, and then what you're trading and your ideas and the way you're building it is a certain way, and then guess what, everybody? You click it by an accident again a couple days, and now every single time you click it, you're dealing with different data. So it's like you're mixing your ideas and concepts and you don't even know it. And these brokerages should actually put that into your sign up. When you're signing up for them, they should be telling you about that. Because that is something that you should take precaution over. I don't know if I'm just being dramatic right now. I don't know if you guys understand my worry. Imagine I was doing charts for 3 months when I was teaching you guys in 2024. And I was switching between, those 2 charts by an accident. So a lot of the ideas that I had, that I worked on with you guys for like 3 months, 4 months, had to go down the drain. And we had to redo them again. And that's a lot of time wasted, Every single second alive is very valuable. It's very important. So we cannot waste a single second. Because there's a lot of things that, one has to kind of solve and do. Not to get too philosophical here. We're just going to leave it at that. But there's a lot of stuff we got to do here going into the future, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot. And everything is very important. Very integral to our future. The story that we have going into the future, I want it to be absolutely grand and significant. Again, our story going into the future. It's not just my story. It's our story, everybody. That's all I would like to say. Other than that, please make sure you don't click this button. just leave it off for now until I test everything and then I give you guys the okay to use it. I'd rather me test it and me lose money than you guys lose a single dime. That's the way this should work here, everybody. But yeah, when I found that out, you know how mad I was? It made no sense. That means for the last 4 years, no wonder I didn't even, not really 4 years at the time, I guess, but 3 years. So you could say past 2024, like before 2024, 2022, which is when 2021, which is when I first started trading, October of 2021, options trading specifically. Stocks was in December of 2020. Options was in October of 2021. That's when we started. From that point all the way to 2024, even when I was stock trading, I didn't even realize it. I kept switching charts. And I was getting so frustrated because I was like, why aren't these trading styles working the same time, same way? It's like I'm like, what is happening right now? And then once I realized it, I remember it was like a sigh of relief, mostly. But at the same time, I was like, yo, imagine how many people around the world trade for 15 years and they don't even know that. You know what I mean? Imagine how much money they lost because of a 1 second, thing that looked different. Like, that's ridiculous. So for the order book, let's see what's going on here. Robinhood SPY order book. Okay. That's why I'm telling you guys. Step 1, we make a school. Point blank. Step 2, we make a trading firm. Step 3, after we make a school, well, I guess let's actually take it back a notch. That's too forward. Step 1, get to at least 100 members. Step 2, make 2 of those 100 members teachers, because I will never outsource a single person ever. And you could trust my word on that going into the future, unless we actually need this person for some reason. But think about it here. We got engineers, we got scientists, we got doctors, right? We got teachers, we got chefs, we got everything you could think of. Sorry if I'm missing everybody else, but you understand. We all love each other here. I'm sorry for missing you out, but we rather just find somebody who could do it, and you know what I mean? Get them into the group. So if somebody needs to code, get them into the group. If somebody needs to do this or do that, get them into the group. Because here's the thing. Many people, the way that their world is built is not the same way. I'll be simple. I'm not going to be too philosophical. I promise. The way people build their world is not the same. So what I've found is that in life, you always had to offer your hand, because one day there might be a moment when you really need this person. One day you might be really stuck. Let's just say if I have an engineering question and I'm stuck, right? I don't know what to do because I have, some individuals, who obviously do engineering. I could just ask them. I could just be like, yo, I'm stuck. What do you suggest I could do? What books do you think I could read? And I would much rather do that than me go ask ChatGPT and go ask Google. It's actually way quicker when you have a human guiding you through stuff. So whenever we have students in the future that want to do certain things, they want to open up some of the companies that we're planning on opening up, I want them to not only have the potential opportunity to do that, but I want to show these people and these individuals that the way we should actually go about improving this world going into the future here is by always showing people your hand. Even if they smack it away, even if they spit at it, shit, they're gonna have to deal with something. All right, let me not act funny. But even if they smack it away, you always have to understand that you got to try to help people. So going back to my original idea, what I found is that as long as you always extend your hand out for people, people are not only happy to help you out, but in fact, they'll help out at such a deep level that they'll start to overachieve with what they're saying for you to do. Meaning they might not even be doing that, but they know they should do it. But they'll tell you to do it because they really want you to actually go further and go farther. And that's kind of the community I want to build here. You know, where everybody could, have each other. Everybody can ask somebody. We'll have a whole section for different types of roles and jobs. What if somebody wants to trade, but they also like some of the companies that you guys work for? Some of you guys work at home. We get some of those people in, jobs where they can work at home as well. What if some of you are chefs and people would like to become chefs, right? The world is not about stocks. I'm telling you. For now it is, because you guys see how amazing it is. So let it sit. Let it marinate. Enjoy it. Really enjoy it. My enjoyment now doesn't come from me trading. It comes from watching you guys trade. That's really where it comes from. Like watching you guys trade and kill the market. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've done my job almost. Like, it makes me very, very happy. So, yeah. Just recognize, I don't know if I'm going to be wanting to teach as the main guy here forever. I don't know if I'm always going to be able to go live on YouTube again. Sometimes I have a tendency of going incognito because I just hit my social button, my social limitations, I should say. I remember I told you guys the other day, I don't like being social. I don't like talking to people. I really do not like talking in a public setting, especially when I'm showing my friends like my YouTube and stuff like that. I don't want to be seen as stupid or dumb. You know what's crazy? I'll tell you guys this. I'll be honest with you. I'll be real honest with you. You know how many people talked to me after high school and they thought that I had like a mental disorder or a problem? I swear to God. Because I would always be so quiet. I would always be like crazy quiet. I would only like talk about certain things, but I wouldn't try to, just talk about just odd stuff, I guess. Not really odd stuff, but, just different stuff. Like, I would literally be talking about podcasts and starting rocket companies and looking at this crazy, invention but nobody's brain was really like that. So when you would talk like that, you would just be looked at as, stupid or weird, or they wouldn't understand it. And they wouldn't even be interested in learning it. Especially in my area. It's like everybody, the way that their family lives is like in survival mode. So even the kids, they start growing up in survival mode, which when you are growing up in survival mode, you don't have time for that other expressive, artistic type of, getaway. Some kids do use it as a getaway. And that's what I noticed. Like, that's why I had like a really close group. But then you know what happened after high school? That close group, it was like really close. They were like always doing each other dirty. Like always like something that would just be violating. And yeah, I just pushed myself away from every single person. Like everybody. So that's why I wouldn't talk to people, because I'm not even trying to have a problem with nobody. I'm not even trying to, just stay to myself, stay in my own corner, and that's it. And I recognized that was the stupidest thing I ever did. That's the moral of the story here. Stupidest thing I've ever done. I should have been loud. I don't know why I wanted to act, myself, like after high school was done, because I probably could have helped more people. Truly, my own ability to not want to act myself, it probably could have saved some people. Because now they don't really look at me in a way where, like, nobody wants my help. I don't know why. You know how many people I talk to on a daily basis, and they want to throw money just to be able to learn to, trade and all that. And then you try to teach friends for free, and it's like nobody wants to learn. I'm like, am I crazy? I'm not going to be like waving around the jewelry and smacking cash on the table and recording all that. That's not me. I'm not going to do that. But that's what they wait for before they actually move. And I don't like that, It's just, it's not even about being afraid, bro. It's not just the market. They're literally afraid of everything. Think about it. If I'm telling friends I'm going to give you money to trade, You're trading for free. What do you think about that now, Cody? What would you say to that? Exactly. And you would say, let's get it. Exactly. Because you're my boy. I'm your boy. We're going to bump each other's heads. Get to the next level. Have matching cars, matching clothes. Let's do this shit. Maybe get a boat. Maybe two. Buy our parents' houses. Buy everybody houses. Come on now. There's no need for you to be doing all this stuff alone. Especially when you could build a beautiful group of people who always want to see the best of you. People who don't want to try to undermine you. People who don't want to try to destroy what you build. People who could see where your brain is actually, where's it at? Where's your heart at? Where's your core reality at? Because I believe we all deserve to, taste this together. You know how fun it was when I went from 3K to 100K by myself? And I was by myself. Imagine if I had a group. That's why I'm saying now we have that group. Now I have you guys. So, first step is getting to 3,000, which last week we brought everybody to at least 500 to 1,000. Some of you made, of course, more, which boggles my mind. Some of you made like 4,000 or 5,000 in the past week or two. You said your friends and family, but they're not friends. That's what I'm trying to say. None of these people are really friends. I guess that's what I really meant. They're more so I don't really talk to these people. Just follow each other. We just know of each other. Seen each other, talk to each other maybe once or twice. I wouldn't consider that a friend. A friend to me, truly, is somebody that when the markets close, I can hit them up and I can call them. When the market's still open, they randomly hit me up and call me, And the only people that I would say I have is probably 4 or 5 people. That's it. Besides teaching, of course, because I can't really count that. Even though I'm not going to lie to you, these conversations really be helping. It's a nice way for everybody to express themselves when we have these one-on-ones, because everybody talks about everything they're going through. Because I don't try to use a person's situation against them. That's not the type of person I am. Because every single time I try to help people, you know what my friends say, right? These are what my friends used to say. These are quote-unquote friends, culinary. Point blank. This is why I don't consider these people friends. When I would tell them to do, trade or something like that, they would just self-project all the time. They would just always self-project. They'd be like, yo, bro, so let's say if I'm doing really good, right? Awesome. The second I start doing bad, or let's just say I'm doing really good, right? Let's actually take you by the step-by-step of what actually happened. All my friends saw me doing really good. They all wanted to do it. They all wanted to start it. Some of them I gave money to. Some of them I had them put their own money into it. That was the step one. There's a few friends, 4 or 5. Out of, you could say 150 to 200, you could say quote-unquote friends that I had at the time, right? They're literally all on my other Discord. Every single one of these people. So I invited them to a Discord for free. And I was posting notes and messages every single day. But what they did, and this is what I want you guys to be very cautious of in your lives. What they did was when I would bring up stuff that I'm going through, right? A friend should be able to hold that pressure with you, right? That's what a friend is. They could hold the weight of the world that you're holding. They could hold that as well. These people, they would just be like, yo, you're having these problems because you need to eat more. You need to exercise more. You need to stop putting so much time into what you're doing, There's no reason to put that much time into something like that. Or, it's just gambling. You're just going to lose your money if they're talking about financials. They would always say something about me and the reason why I was in the moment and not try to understand what was actually going on. I know it sounds dramatic. I get it. But listen, the way I pay attention to things is kind of funny. I noticed a pattern with stuff. And what I noticed was Every single one of these people were going through something themselves. And it's not about fearing them losing money because I was going to give them money. It's about them not wanting to change their life. They're not at that point yet where it really burns. When it burns, that's when they're going to start listening. These individuals. And then maybe one day I will consider them a friend again. But nah, yeah, if they're not in my Discord, it's almost impossible for me to consider you a friend, especially if you're not on my Discord. I even told my family that. I said, yo, I'm not going to talk to the single one of y'all unless y'all join my Discord. That's how important this is. Because I realized that nothing else was going to matter. It's either I wait for them to burn and lose everything and get to a really tough spot, or I just straight up tell them, we can't talk unless you're doing what I'm doing. And you're in the room tasting the success, just like how I'm tasting it. Because the second I'm successful, the second I'm, potentially somebody who has a career in trading and has a little community for themselves, regardless of how big it gets, the second that's the case, that's when they're going to want the help. And that's when I'm not going to be there no more. And then I'm going to have my teacher stress them out. That's the plan here. You can't have everything easy, They taught me that. Friends and family taught me that. Especially family. Can't have anything easy. So, same thing goes for them when they want success. When we have it here. So now, yeah, that's literally how I treat everything now. I treat this so serious, it's not even funny. This is my everything. This is my world. This is a funny... I was about to say something stupid. Let me not say that. Cody, you said, it's crazy if people don't see the opportunity in this, honestly. If somebody told me when I was a teenager I could sit at home and make money, you best believe I'm in immediately. Especially when I'm showing them that I'm taking $10 accounts to 1,000. All they do is just like my story. Like, I guess, thank you, but what is happening? It makes me feel a little delusional sometimes when I think about it. Because I can't even fathom. I've been trying to understand this for the last 4 years, and I still can't fathom it. But from teaching, I kind of understood it a little bit more. Especially when I taught as many students as I have. And I had to remove them. Or I had to straight up tell them that what they were doing was not proper. People would always be very combative. Especially people my age. 100%. Very combative. But for no good reason. It's the self-projection thing I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, make sure you treat everybody, as, of course, one would want to be treated. But not only that, but don't let your emotions get the best of you. Because people are going to see a window into your own soul. Better than you think. And that's what I noticed while teaching. So, yeah. If we're trying to change the whole entire world, and people close to me don't even want to learn this, we got to create a system where it's undeniably consistent. Where the second I say a word to a person, they're hooked instantly. That's what I'm saying. That's what we got to work on. Not you guys, but just me. And then the teachers going into the future here. Whoever you are. That's pretty much it. By the way, the reason why we're waiting for 100 students in order for us to actually hire the teachers is because if I'm going to pay them money, of course, they're basically paying $1,000 to me, right? The reason why I'm doing that is because if you can't pay me $1,000 because you can't make over, 10 to 100K a month, then I don't think it's right for you to be a teacher. At least that's how I think for now. Going into the future, I might have teachers that want to teach for free. So I guess the dynamic's going to change a little bit. As well as teachers who have been teaching for me for like a year or two. I'm going to tell them to just cancel their subscription paying me. Because again, I'm not doing this for money. So we're doing this to change the world. And in order for us to actually change the world as fast as I would like it to change, we need a bunch of you to help. So the only way to have that happen is to incentivize it. That's the one thing I learned while in school. That's pretty much the only thing I learned. If you incentivize good behavior, you will get good behavior. If you incentivize people getting paid for helping people, As long as that person is, you know, a proper person and he's not trying to undermine you. That's what I'm saying. You're going to have to pay me for probably a whole year, which means 1,000 times 12 months. How much is that? 12K? It's not bad for a teacher. And throughout that whole entire year, they're probably going to make around $1 million. So they pay me 12K and they make $1 million. That's what I'm saying. I'm keeping these numbers really small for a reason when you actually start to break down how much money you guys start making here. So yeah, I think it's proper. I think it's good. Yeah, we're watching SPY right now. That thing is running towards the 200 right now. Hopefully it can get above and then boom. Because if it doesn't get above right now, we're gonna have to fight this back here. So it's gonna be basically more work is what I'm saying. I think we did a good amount of work so far. We talked about a good amount of stuff. I want you guys to really start looking at your personal lives and start creating a life that actually allows you to succeed with trading. Once you do that, that's when the trading actually becomes successful. If you're not planning and you're not telling yourself, all right, in 3 days, SPY's going to do this, so I'm going to get a put here. Or in 3 days from now, if it falls down to there, I'm going to get a call. Or in 2 weeks from now, if I trade at 20% per day and I always take the 20%, I will always, because again, you're not going to be trading 0-day contracts when you're trying to grow your account. So if you're truly trying to grow your account, you're not going to actually trade a 0-day because you know that, you know, those always can go against you. So that's just how it is with the 0 days. But yes, we're waiting for 100 students in order for us to hire 2 teachers because I'm basically going to dump 20 of you guys with them. So whoever the teacher is, 20 of you individuals are now going to be assigned to this person, which means the money you give me will go then straight to them. I'll probably have them open their own Patreon at that point and start their own community. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. That's pretty much it for now. That's like the plan for like here to like the end of September. I don't know if we can get 100 students by the end of September. If we start going crazy the second week, probably could. I just want to make sure that the current students who did join, Stefan, Louis, Wad, Cody, I want to make sure that they're good before we start accelerating anything again. That's why I stopped posting stuff on Mumu. I don't want people to actually join right now. I want to make sure that these individuals are good because we had one individual join in the beginning of July. I properly taught her everything by the time she was basically going back to teaching. So now she's teaching right now, so she can't really trade that much. She's still killing it. You know, it's so crazy. She was telling me she hasn't lost once. She hasn't lost real capital once while trading with these weekly boxes. Because she's getting into like 5-10 day plays and just averaging down and then getting out once she's 20, 30, 40% up. And I was like, wow, that's insane. She was actually the reason why I created these weekly boxes in terms of a classroom video. Because I was like, this is the easiest way for me to teach somebody. So, yeah, that's the only trading style she has right now. It's just weekly boxes. And she's killing it. And then every single time she has, you know, opportunity to talk, we just talk. So the point of this conversation is 3 to 4 weeks went by. I think, no, this is her second month actually. So this is her second month now. And she's straight. Like she's set. The next thing we now need to do is scale. So I'm very happy with that. So once I see that Louis, Wad, Cody, and I think we have a few others that joined. They just might not be here right now. Oh yeah, Randy. I didn't even see you. I thought you were Mansa. You have the same profile image. And you as well, Randy. Once you guys are good, then we're going to start posting more. So remember, I'm waiting on you before we start growing again. Waiting on you guys. We got to make this right. We got to grow together. This has to be as a team. That's the only way I'm accepting us making all this money. Because this money it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely quick. And that's pretty much all. Now let's go to the reversal chart. Now let's kick this right back into gear. Let's see what's going on here. Sorry, I think I just screamed too loud a little bit. A little bit, a lot of bit. The new CS zone is going to be a ridiculous zone, actually. Look at this. Actually, let me see something real quick. Wait a second. I would much rather have it like this. Also, we got to update that video because I did find a new way that we could do the CS zones. Now there's 2 ways of doing it, which makes it more like not. I was about to say competitive. It makes it more consistent. That's what I found. Is when you do it a certain way with the zones, like you have to draw them on certain highs and lows of certain candles. Still using the same, style, the same structure, but just different candles. What is flying him up in the sky on this other account? What is happening here? I'm like, where's all this capital coming in from? Is this still the Snapchat stuff? Let me see. Let's go check on Snapchat real quick. And then Danny posted some other plays in the chat here. So we're going to take a second and go look at those plays he posted. By the way, Danny, thank you for that. Is he still here? Yes, you are, Danny. Thank you, doctor. So he said Chipotle and Lululemon. I think that's Lululemon. Yeah, it should be. Remember, everybody, Danny was the one who gave us the Snapchat play. Danny was also the one that gave us... What else did you give us, Danny? Nike. What else? The crypto plays, you gave us a lot of those names. What are names, Danny? Do you remember off the top of your head? Incel, yes, Incel. I don't know if you guys realize this, but the core reason why we trade Incel is because of Danny giving it to us last year. So a lot of these trades, we got to thank Danny here. Because he's like a sniper rifle on top of a building. And he's just staring at them all. Then we have Culinary, right? He gave us some of the Palantir plays. He gave us SoFi. He gave us... what was the other cheap stock? That thing started blowing up like crazy. It was like a $6 stock that we sold at $10. What was it? Corner? I forgot. I'm not too sure what it was. Because remember, these individuals, they not only made their charts, but they added their trading styles. So for right now, Danny's just posting inside of the Leap section. But Danny, if you want, would you like me to create your own section in the Discord? I could do that for you guys. You guys give me the word and it's done. If you have time for that, Danny, because if you don't feel like you... I don't want you to feel like you're forced or anything like that. Because obviously there's a risk that comes with it, right? So we'll see what Danny says later on, everybody. We'll see what he's thinking. Now let's see if we can actually... Like we said before, we're going to fix the $4 challenge. So let's do that right now, actually. Spy is just literally suffocating itself in the corner here. You got it, Danny. Yeah, whenever you guys want. Listen, it's the second. This, by the way, is not towards Danny and Culinary. I'm talking about everybody else, especially those that just joined. Whenever you guys become good enough, where you're actually confident Not good enough like that. You know what I mean? Like good enough where your confidence is like you know what I mean? You feel like a shooting star every day. When you wake up and you just start screaming and you're ready for it, just let me know and I'll have a section for you. That's how building a community is supposed to work, you know? It's not just one person supposed to always feel like he can't level up those around him. You gotta level up everybody at the same time. Remember that, everybody. Remember that. But I'm sure you guys understand how stressed out I am with teaching. I'm sorry for you guys having to hear my BS last year. You guys were the only people who I could really communicate with, you know? So unfortunately, you guys had to deal with all the conversations that I had. But I think you understand now how I see it and why now I still do it. So it wasn't that bad. It wasn't the worst thing I've done. Definitely one of the hardest things I've ever done, though. I've never got more emotional for anything than this. Like in terms of like the, you know, my ideas, deleting the like privating YouTube videos and stuff like that. I still don't understand why I did that. I don't know. I understand I don't want people to see me at my best and stuff like that. But it's like I keep running away from being like more well recognized in the community, basically. And at the same time, I'm sitting here and telling you guys I want to grow. I don't know. It's just really, I got to see what that problem is. We'll deal with it later on, but it's really weird. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just I'm comfortable with how things are right now, and I don't want them to change too drastically beyond like my limit of control. I guess maybe. I don't know. Because the only thing I really want is for you guys to kind of be on the same page as me in terms of just repetitiveness with the trades. As long as I see that you know how to trade 0 days. Because, listen, it's not that hard. I know it's annoying. It's a lot of stuff you got to do. It's a lot of stuff you got to remember. I've done this for 4 years. 12 to 16 hours most of the days. Some days, of course, I took off. But it's not that hard. Once you master the 0 days, boom, you start trading with the 5 day, 10 days. Then you focus on those. Bring your account to like 100K. Just like how I did with trading those same contracts the first time ever. You guys are definitely much greater than I was at that point. Because I wasn't entering to trades back and forth. Like right now, honestly, and that's the one thing I always got mad at myself for doing. I always thought that I got worse. Like my first month, I don't know why. I felt like after the first month, like when I realized that nobody around me wanted to learn and everybody kept looking at my account like it was fake. Even if I showed them my bank account, if I showed them my brokerage, I would literally be showing everybody. Like, this is what I was able to make. And everybody would just be like, nah, yeah, that's a lie. You know how hard it is? Yo, y'all know how that feels? Where everybody around you cannot believe it? I don't know, like, why? You had that happen? Not yet, Louis. It's just, it's like you feel like you're a ghost or something. You alive, but it's like you're not even there. They're not even considering what you got going on. Nah, yeah, that's terrible. You see? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like God did that on purpose. You guys want me to be real? If I had to... Actually, I think I do know. If I use my brain and we think about a logical conclusion, let's do this together, everybody. Let's think deeply about this. Why would I do that? And why would I feel like that? Why would that happen? One, I am terrible with speaking. So that's the first thing. I stutter a lot because my brain just talks way too quick. It's like I'm thinking like 5 words ahead of time. I don't know how to stop that, honestly. But aside from that, like I do not know how to format correct vocabulary. I know it. You can definitely tell. So like that's one of the things that I'm trying to work on because I want to be seen as, like one of those 70s, one of those 80s talk show hosts or those scientists where it's just like clear, precise, concise, and it's like perfect, blunt, quick, and witty at the same time. A little bit of humor to it. So I want to be able to speak like that, honestly. So you guys are going to watch the progression when I actually start my speech classes, which I haven't started yet, but I do want to start them. I do want to have a podcast as well. Actually, you know what? I'll spoil my podcast idea. Because I know how to 3D render, and because I know how to edit on Blender, and because I'm creating my anime, these podcasts, when we actually do them, honestly, I think I'll show my face there. I think I'll be fine with having a camera then, because with a podcast, it's just like, nah, yeah, you kind of had to have it. With stocks and stuff like that, I don't want nobody to know who I am. So I don't even know if I would tell you guys about the podcast. You guys would definitely be able to figure it out, but I don't know if I should do that. I don't know. But I'm not trying to use a mask. You know what I mean? I don't know. I want to have the freedom of being able to do something. I don't want this to get too crazy and big and I can't go outside and have a normal life. Which I'm not saying, like that, something like that's ever going to happen, right? But if it does, the one thing I learned while trading stocks is you always got to prepare for the worst. And if that happens, that will be a terrible thing to happen. So what I was thinking about point blank was having a podcast, and we're going to be talking in basically the worlds from my anime. So the worlds that I've made on Blender, we're actually going to be like in space on imagine like a space bar, this like drifting throughout the solar system at a crazy speed, and we're watching all the planets and stuff. You know what I mean? And it could be realistic. We could literally send something, maybe not send it into space just yet, but when the time comes, I really will get involved into the space field. It's always been a dream. I absolutely love it. Like, it's always been a dream for me to create something in space and do something for space, just to advance humanity. So it's like, even with my anime, I hate when you watch anime and it's like it got space stuff with it, but it's like it feels empty. You know what I mean? You ever watch a show and that thing feels empty? Like, there's no buzzing life in the background. There's no crickets making noises at night. There's no wind smacking the signs. And you know what I mean? Like, that type of life. Like, that type of... I forgot what they call it. But, like, when you're recording... Like, imagine you go to a street and... Ambience, yes. Like, ambience type of videos. Like, those are my favorite. So whenever I go on vacation... You guys, I'm not going to lie to you, you're going to have to deal with me sitting in one location for like 20 minutes because I'm going to be taking like 500 pictures. I forgot to tell you guys that. I have a problem with taking pictures. Like, when I went to Hawaii for 10 days, I took 6,000 pictures. When I went to Japan for 3 weeks, I believe I took like around 20, 30,000. I could be wrong though. I got to double check. But yeah, I was going crazy. It's like, I need it. You know, I need all those pictures for my anime. I need the way everything looks, structure, perspective. And I just pretty much dump it into a folder. Would you guys like to see some of the stuff I'm going to use for my anime? Like some of the ideas? And Louis, I was going to tell you. Is it fine if I talk about this out loud, Louis? With the anime stuff? I bet. So, Louis' nephew, he actually writes anime. And he's pretty good at it. Like, let me tell y'all, for his age, I was not even writing something like that. So, it's kind of funny because it kind of goes along with the idea that the younger generation always becomes smarter. That's how I always think. Like, for some reason, I don't know why. But, I'll see you later. See you later, John. But not yet. For some reason, the younger generation, I feel like, is becoming ridiculously smart, and it's like it shows in like different types of fields and stuff like that, with like young individuals starting to become like, you know, heavily involved into like different crazy fields like physics or, you know, space stuff and all that stuff. With this anime, the main goal here is to use images that are in the world, combine it with your own ideas, which is how most artists do stuff. But in terms of a platform, send him Pinterest. Tell him to make a Pinterest account, because Pinterest has some of the most beautiful pictures, designs, ideas, concepts that I've ever seen. And you can also sell stuff on Pinterest, I believe. So you could use it to market. So he can now not only learn how to use like other images that are, you know, out there in the world, but he can also post his own images to his own community, and he can start building his own, you know, community now. Because that's kind of like the best thing for somebody to do, honestly, is to just start the community early. That would be awesome. So yeah, we can even get him to make a Discord. And then I'm going to send you a bunch of other programs. And yeah, we'll get him into rendering. Because I know he probably renders already. I wonder if he uses Blender. But yeah, next time when we chop it up, we'll see exactly what he does. Because then we can actually put this into a structured plan for the Discord, in case there's any more writers or artists. Because we need as much people as possible for this anime. I told you guys, every single one of you will be in my anime. I will fly down to you personally. I'm going to make you be in this anime. I want your guises and ladies and gentlemen, I should say, not guises, but ladies and gentlemen, I want every single one of you to be involved in this, because it's going to be awesome. I'm telling you. One anime that I heavily love is Dragon Ball, which a lot of you know of. Do you know how much money Dragon Ball has made? It's not about the money, I know, but just think about the money for a second, because this is how many people's lives you could change when you think about it. Dragon Ball, I believe, is worth $16 billion. I could be wrong. I think One Piece is worth a little bit more. But Dragon Ball right now is one of the most expensive animes ever. And my anime, if I'm being real with you guys, because that's the thing, is I want to challenge the world. After I make my show, now the whole world has a challenge, and now they got to make a show better than mine. DBZ literally kept the Japanese economy afloat. Literally. Yeah, literally. Literally. 100%. That man, Akira Toriyama, I always say his name wrong. Akira Toriyama. But I think I told you guys about that moment, right? 3 days before he died, I had a really weird astral projection type of moment where I was watching him rock back on a chair, drinking red wine in a nice old school glass that had like a bunch of designs on it. And he was in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth and crying. And I'm like, why am I thinking about this? 3 days later, we find out he passes out. Or not passes out, but, you know, he passes away. And it was so weird to me. Like, he was literally like, nah, yeah, I wish I could have met him. Absolutely, I do. That's why now my goal is to do something very, very, very big, but I'm not going to say what it is because I can't. But just know that I'm planning on making my show make more capital than 10 Dragon Ball Z's together. That's how much my show, I believe, will make just by itself. Just one show. Just because of how far I'm thinking into the future. The amount of episodes that one could make in the first 10 seasons is going to be around 240 episodes. And what I'm also writing right now in the background is how I'm going to continue it. Because after those 10 seasons, I'm going to have like a whole new just level of concepts and ideas, or I might just double up some of the episodes on some seasons, make it like 30 instead of 24. It's just a lot of work. Each episode costs about $1 to $2 million. So let's say if we round it off to like 1.5. If you're going to do 240 episodes, you got to do 240 episodes. And this is how much the animators, need to get paid for. So 240 times 1.5. That equals 360 million just to complete this whole entire show. How much do I think it's going to make? I think it's going to potentially make around like 150 billion to 200 billion. The universe right now just told me 200 billion. So probably around 200 billion. And yeah, if I'm going to make that much money, you think I want that? Of course, I want to set my future generations up, but all I got to do is make a studio and make a couple businesses, and that's it. They're good. They don't need all this money. And in fact, I'm probably not going to give them a dime. I'm going to make sure I stress them out. They're going to have money there to take care of themselves, to go to school, to feed themselves, but no, yeah, I'm going to have a lot of tests going into the future here. I want to make a situation where nobody gets lazy, nobody becomes destructive, nobody tries to undermine anybody. So I don't know how I'm going to build something like that, but imagine how, Genghis Khan passed away. He had the people that buried him killed, and then the people that killed those people, he had those people killed, up until the point where absolutely nobody knew where he was buried. It's like, that's the type of, obviously there's nobody dying here. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is, you know what I mean? Like that level of depthness and thinking going into the future. And yeah, I think we can actually do this together, especially if it's all of us working together. I'll fly you guys out to Japan whenever the time comes and we purchase the studio. And then, yeah, we'll have everybody working together. I should be able to make you enough profit with trading so that you don't actually need money from doing that, because we might not be making no money from that. Let's be honest here. That's why now I'm trying to put in place a plan so that if, like, let's say if I start my own community, right, in terms of anime, I want to be able to have somebody that's 15, like how I was, be able to be like, all right, boom. First step, establish an idea. Second step, learn how to draw the fundamental characteristics of hands, because that's the hardest thing. Drawing hands, proportions, teaching them how to draw perspective, 3-point perspective, 2-point. Once we go through all that, teaching them a fisheye lens, how to draw stuff in like almost like a 4, kind of looks like a 4D type of thing. But it's kind of like, you know what a fisheye lens is. Like, you ever looked at outside of a hotel room? And like when somebody's outside of a hotel room, like their face is like circular. You know what I mean? Like that. It's actually not that hard to draw like that. It actually looks really cool when you actually do it too. Especially when you do like your whole room. It looks crazy. So you spend a couple hours doing that, like every single time. Same thing with drawing cities. So in terms of proportions, once you get the proportions done, the actual storylines, the storyboarding, right? When you're actually drawing the backgrounds of the stories, you start drawing these chapters very quickly. So normally it takes a person to draw a chapter probably like a day. You'll get it down to like 30 minutes. Especially if you have a system for doing it. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie to you. Like literally, you learn how to draw a car. You draw a car, you draw a tree. You draw a sidewalk, boom. People have perspective now. Draw the car a certain distance away from the camera. Draw the tree a certain distance away. Include stuff that would be in that perspective. Do it on Blender. If you need to understand what something would look like and you don't have an image for it. So do it on Blender or steal an image from Google. Look at something that exists in real life. And then start practicing with that type of... But anyways, you get the idea, right? So once they go through the actual process of learning how to storyboard really quickly, what's next is for them to actually finish at least a chapter of 2. Or 2, basically. Once the creator finishes a chapter or 2, the next thing that's going to happen is... Basically, what I want them to do is group up with the studio. But again, a lot of days are going to be going by and people are not going to be making money. So how do you keep this situation afloat? What I'm thinking about is the same time I'm teaching this person, or not, I'm not going to be teaching them. There's going to be another teacher that's probably way more specialized in drawing than I am. But once they go through the process of actually teaching that person and individual everything they need to know, while they're doing it, they're also going to be kind of relaying everything back with me, and then I'm going to be helping grow their community. So I want to have like a website or something where we can grow. Like, I want to start my own Crunchyroll, basically. Crunchyroll is worth a pretty penny right now. And if we could start our own company, Crunchyroll, like Funimation, I believe that's the key right now. That is the key, because then I could put the new artists on. And you're lying. It has a ticker? I never even thought about that. Crunchyroll ticker. Private. But it's owned by Sony Group Corporation. To invest in Crunchyroll indirectly, you can purchase shares of its parent company, Sony. What the hell? I didn't even know. So you could buy basically off of that. That's kind of crazy. Crunchyroll has raised 4.05 million over 6 rounds. And it was on April 10th, 2021. I don't like these companies, by the way. Good website. A lot of good anime. Like, this is what I use for my anime whenever I'm watching it. But I don't like these people. And the reason why is because you should see how they treat these artists. They literally pay these artists $9 an hour. Like, right now. I kid you not. They be paying them like $9, $10 an hour. And these companies be making millions. They don't care about the people. They're using them like they're like cattle, you know? So yeah, it's crazy. It's awfully insane. Cody, you said you bought Mumu right at the bottom and then it ran up like crazy? Excellent, brother. Make sure you're documenting this. You said you sold it, you got scared. Excellent, brother. That right there is $1 million mindset right there. That right there. Whenever you feel uneasy, you just tap out. Even if you were right, do your notes, break it down, and just make sure you take more next time. That's it. Spy's acting funny here. There's no reason for us to literally buy anything else right now. You already dramatically, ran into the sky again. So everybody, we're still going to hold our first position. I don't know how much this went down to. This went down to $2. This will be so funny if it runs right back up to $50, $60. If it doesn't, we'll just buy another contract at the bottom. Remember, we're going to start going a little bit more heavier now, it's a little bit harder to do it during the afternoon, but at the same time, it's kind of easy. We're just going to get a quick 20% gain, 30% gain, and then we'll see if we could use the other half of the account. If we can get 100%, 50%, screw it, we'll do it. The reason why we didn't trade at 11 and 12 o'clock is because I'm sure you all equally agree with me. The way the markets, just look at how fast it fell. There's literally, that's so dangerous for us to just buy in the middle right there. You know what I mean? And it's so funny because for some reason, it always perfectly happens when we're having these great conversations. I don't know why. But yeah, everybody, that's the plan. We're going to start this animation company. After we do the animation company, then we're going to have a real company where we what's called produce like real movies and stuff like that. Because I do want to also produce real movies. I want to give Marvel and everybody else a run for their money. And what else could we do here? After that, we probably might get into gaming. In terms of like the entertainment field. So we'll probably have a gaming company at that point because I want to make some games. In fact, I actually started making some ideas on Unreal Engine. By the way, Louis, in terms of your nephew, tell him about Unreal Engine and Blender. That's literally all you need. And you can literally make your own anime. Blender and then Unreal Engine so you can actually get the physics and animations. Blender, you could do animations as well, especially with the new updates. But Unreal Engine has a really nice system and a really nice workflow. So what I do is I make something on Blender, like a 3D environment. and then I dump it into Unreal Engine. I think I could show you guys, but I don't think I have the update. I made this one project for Unreal Engine, but I accidentally reset my computer, and I had to lose it all. And yeah, it was beautiful. Like, I created a crazy ass planet where, like, the way the trees were growing was like, imagine a tree growing horizontally, and then imagine a tree growing on, like, basically horizontally, like sideways, and then imagine you have like upside down trees from like the clouds. Like, the clouds themselves have their own trees, like their own ecosystem. So, like, crazy ideas like that. I still gotta actually write it out and draw it on Blender again, because again I lost everything. So once we get that done, we're gonna dump it to Unreal and then just do the same thing. You guys want to see Unreal Engine real quick? Let me show you. I'm sorry. We have plenty of time to talk here. I'm gonna talk your head off, everybody. So Unreal Engine, and then let's go to videos. Unreal Engine stock. Wait, they have a stock? Wait, what? Through private markets like Forge Global or Nasdaq Private Market? What? I wasn't gonna do the research on this yet, but I guess now we are. I was gonna look for these next. So Nasdaq Private Market is how we can invest into private companies? Let me see this. Epic Games major investors, Fidelity. No wonder. Look at these people. BlackRock, little rats. Oh my god. That's actually hilarious. They're most certainly tied to everything, huh? Yeah, look at this. You have the private stock chart. Wait a second. So, can I see SpaceX's price? No. Oh my god. So SpaceX right now is $240 per share. And a couple years ago, it was at 82. Wow. So those private investors, oh my god. This is like a whole new world that I've never seen before. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. I've never seen this before. Series A, Series B, Series C. Wow. Okay. So I guess we should start looking at this stuff a little bit more. It's crazy how that just took us to this. I'm telling you, everything just like, it works, you know? You could be building a company and be investing into the companies that are helping you build. That's crazy. So he's the founder, huh? We're going to do some research on him. Because he literally created a marvel. So when we create our games, we're going to have to... We're probably going to... Probably bite off of Epic Games, honestly. Because the way... I love how they created Fortnite. With the skins and stuff like that. I just don't like how much money they were charging for it. I feel like you could charge like $2 for that stuff. Like, think about it. I could probably pay somebody like $500K. Come up with a skin design. Charge $2. Like, they were charging like $20, $30, and I did pay for it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I did pay for a couple of skins. You created a social media app, and we'll be launching soon. You did? I always forget, Stefan. In the schools that you've worked with, right? Do they help? Like, let's just say one of the teachers wanted to grow in a certain way, would the school be able to actually help you get a cheaper deal for learning because you're also a teacher? Like, would you be able to have free classes and stuff like that? Or would you have to still pay for it from your own experience? Because I always wondered that. And I never had somebody that was actually teaching college before. Wait, do you teach college or do you teach... You still pay. Got it. That's beautiful. No, yeah, I would love to look at it. Show me what you're doing. Show me what it's about. We'll have everybody look at it. Equal opportunity. No, yeah. It makes sense. That's what I was thinking about the group. Like, if somebody, like, let's just say somebody here is equally proficient in, like, real estate or something. So, like, let's just say we get a real estate developer or somebody who's in real estate. What we could do is we can have them basically charge people for information. The only thing is, I don't know how I should go about doing that. Because the way I teach and the way I go about conducting prices and stuff is way different than how most people are going to do it. But I feel like because of them learning from me, like in terms of some of the individuals that might be doing it, I feel like they might inherently try to do the same thing I'm doing. So I think they might give people cheap deals. I feel like it. I don't think they'll charge people a lot of money, honestly. Because they don't see me charge a lot of money, you know? And I'm basically making them an equal amount of money, if not 10 times more than real estate or most of these other fields. In terms of me helping individuals, right? Because obviously with the stock market, you can make way more money than real estate. Real estate, you have to deal with all this different back and forth. You got to deal with a bunch of contracts, a bunch of lawyers. It's a lot of upfront cost. And with the stock market, it's completely different. You said the truth is your special? What do you mean? Like a... Say that again? Yeah, it's a lot, bro. You have to open the LLC for each property. Each property has its own, you know, company. Like, it's basically on its own... Yeah, LLC pretty much, yeah. That's what I see everybody do. They do that for reasons so they don't have to get violated for their other properties. Just in case something goes bad. Yeah.
But if you're just like buying properties and selling shit like that, you don't need that.
Makes sense. No, but you know what I mean? I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. Real estate, you could definitely make a lot of money. I'm not saying you can't, right? You get a crazy ass deal, you can make money with anything. Especially a ridiculous amount. But, sorry, I still got the damn Twitter on top of the screen. I just forgot about that. But in terms of, actually, let's continue looking at what we're looking at. We'll wait for Spot to run up here. We all know what's going to happen next. We talked about it already. With real estate and stuff like that, like, I love it. I always wanted to get into it. I still want to do it. Like, I love building stuff. I always wanted to build houses and stuff like that. A lot of my family builds houses. Like, my uncle, he literally can build a whole entire house by himself. And to be able to have that type of resource nearby, it's like, I would love to give not only him an opportunity, because I want him to, I honestly want him here in the Discord. It's just, because my uncle's really young. My uncle is only... Oh my god, I feel bad. How old is my uncle? My uncle is... He's close to my mom, but I think he's a little bit younger than my mom. My mom is still really young, too. My mom is... I don't know if I ever told you guys this. But I am 24. My mom had me when I was 18. When she was 18. So that's... How much is that? 24 plus 18. This is how I do math, by the way. That's 28. That's 38. And then... Plus 4. 42. There you go. So that means my uncle's probably like 38. My uncle's really young, like really young. And no, yeah, I hate how he works for these individuals. They just don't care, you know. They'll just rip you apart because he's basically done construction his whole life. And now, yeah, I always wanted him here. I feel like he would be a, because a lot of the individuals on this Discord, like he basically has, you know, been around in terms of the entertainment, in terms of the music, in terms of the same thing that most people that are a little bit older than me kind of have done. And I feel like you guys would I feel like he would be a positive person here. Absolutely positive. He's always helped me throughout my whole life. He's the one person where I always could count on. And I feel like it would be awesome to have him here. So soon. But I want to give him a position so that he can actually get paid more than whatever he's making from his job. So yeah, that's my next goal for that right there. But that's when we're going to get into real estate, because I'm going to have my uncle help us out. Because he knows pretty much everything there is to know about it. Plumbing, electrical. He pretty much fixes everything for my mom. So he's absolutely amazing. But yeah, we could try to do something with that. We have a person with that just in case. Whenever we get into the space industry, cough, cough. The doctor know who he is. Doctor in the background. And as well as anybody else that would like to get in the space industry, as well as with the anime. Remember, we have a lot of ideas here. We got to achieve every single one of them. Especially now, because we have the time. And I'm, you know, so young right now. I want to achieve everything very quickly with you guys. Mailbox. John! I forgot it yesterday. Oh my God, John. John, do you have my number? Text my number when the market is done. And by the way, if anybody in the YouTube chat doesn't have my number right now, I'm going to put my number inside the chat. Text me. Please do not leak this. This number is very important to me. I had it ever since I was in how long have I had this number? I think since I was in like 5th grade. Yeah, I think when I had the iPhone 5. I still had the same number since then. But yeah, message my number and then text me at 4. My brain is like you know, I don't know. I don't know. Even if I write it down right now, I don't know if I'm gonna remember. I keep forgetting every day. So yeah, everybody who doesn't have my number, add my number right now and message me and tell me who you are, just so I can write down your names. I think I have everybody's number here. Louis, I got yours. Sherman, Randy, I got your number. Cody, you got my number. Yep. Just text me, Cody, so I know which one is your number. O'Neal. Look who it is. Welcome, O'Neal, to the family, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Whenever you guys have a question, make sure you also ask it. Just in case if it's like, you know, we're talking about some random stuff. And make sure you ask your questions with the intent of having the ability to learn. So, how to guide videos. I apologize for not responding to what you had said basically over an hour ago. And if you're still in the YouTube chat, I thank you for that. You said, did it hit a reversal point? I believe you saw what happened after, and the answer is yes. It kept bouncing between number 1, and then you hit number 1.5, and you started slowly staircasing upwards. So the reversal points that you want to pay attention to are 1, 1.5, 2, and 4. 3, it used to be really good in 2024, but I started noticing this year it's kind of like either 1 to 2 or 4 to like 6. You know what I mean? So those are the main reversals that you want to focus on. At least, again, just this year. Because last year was a little different. When it changes, I'll be able to easily call it out for you, so you don't have to worry. But let's do something here. Let's make sure that we can actually. I don't know. I want to make sure it's not corny or something like that. But what can we do here, everybody? Give me some ideas. What can we do here together so that we can actually make this community more stronger? Like, what do you guys think? Because the way I work and the way I do things is very one way. And I know it. I know it. That's the reason why I told my family, if you're not in my Discord, I'm not talking to you no more. That's the same reason why I don't chill with them or talk to them no more. And I still don't talk to them till now. So it's like, is that proper? Maybe not. Maybe it's not. But I'm fine with learning my lesson. For now, I think it's the right decision. But I want to hear your guys' opinion. What do you think I need to grow this Discord so that we can effectively have, you know, like a really, really strong community where everybody understands what's going on? Like, you guys obviously know about the Discord, but of course, the Discord cost. Now, I want to have the YouTube, of course, be free. But I feel like we need something stronger. Like, we need something else. I don't know what it is. Meetup, movie night. Would you guys be down with that? I'll buy the movies. We could load up some Discord. Specific trading styles. You think people search for that? Okay. So maybe what I could do is I can have, like, I can arrange like different collections of trading styles, like on a 1 minute. So on every time frame, I could have like a free trading style that I give the world. That's very useful. It works on all time frames. Basically the boxes. That's what I'm fine with giving the world because it's basically one of my strongest trading styles. So yeah, I think that's the most stoic. Regardless of how corny that sounds, I think that's the most stoic to give that one up. And then everything else is just going to be something you learn on the Discord. But again, the prices, people had to pay $200. Because people had to pay a single dollar, I still feel bad. So what do you guys think we should do here? Do you guys think, I don't know. Because obviously you guys pay. And I don't want you guys to feel like I'm just, you know, doing this for no reason. It's definitely worth it. Let's be honest here. But I don't want to breach that contract that we have with each other. So I think just learning one thing, I think, would you guys all be fine with that? Truly? If I gave the world one trading style that works and they can just go run into the hills with that trading style and that's it. But if they actually want to be a memorable person in this community, if they actually want to be one of the best traders in the world, then they have to learn the rest of the trading styles. So I think it's fair. But I still want to have something. I don't know. I want to do something else. I just don't know what it is. But like you said, Fish, sometimes it's as simple as just having movie nights and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The simple stuff. So if you want, we could have that. I'll start buying some movies. The first movie we're going to watch, I'm just letting you guys know, is Interstellar. I watch that movie at least 2 times a year. And I can't get enough of it. I love everything about it. Don't worry, I won't spoil it. But yeah, we could watch Interstellar. We could watch different older movies. I don't know if you guys would be down with watching anime. You, John, you said a lot of people are lonely. No, yeah, 100%. Especially on the weekends, especially during Christmas. I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you actually look at the YouTube videos, I was literally here all of Christmas, nonstop, day and night. That was by far the longest time I've ever live streamed. I was live streaming for like 12 hours every day, pretty much. I think. You could double check. I think it was around 12 hours. And then going into New Year's, pretty much just did the same thing. So I think it would be fun to do it with people. Because I remember when I first started teaching, it used to be me and Danny late at night. And Koner used to join up sometimes. Sometimes Mikey would join up. Pretty much that's the only individuals who still here from the initial beginning. Sherman, I think you joined in the middle of 2024. Prime, I think you're one of the first. Beast Mode, I think you might also be one of the first. AC, I definitely remember your name being here since the beginning, but I could be wrong. So I think besides you guys, there's nobody else that's left. So yeah, there's something I had to factor in because a lot of people are not going to remember. A weekly contest, who can profit the most starting with $10? Winner gets $50. Win 4 weeks, and you cover the month. I like that. That's what's up, Louis. That's a really good idea. So winner gets $50. We'll give them like a gift card or something. We'll load it up with 50. Obviously me, not Will. You guys don't have to pay for nothing. I'll pay for it all. Because like I said, anything my Discord makes, I'm fine with throwing that money right back into pretty much what this is. because I don't spend money. I don't even buy food, you know, that often. I eat like once a day. So none of your trades need all notes of trades made. I like that too. So it can't be my trades. And it has to be... I like that, Louis. That's a really good idea. None of your free trades given out. Notes mandatory. All right, excellent. That'll make it fair for everybody. I like that. And then what we could do is we'll do one person once a month. We'll give one person the opportunity to join up by just showing their skill. And if they show me their ability, we'll get them in the Discord. And then what we could do is we'll figure out how they're going to stay in the Discord and all that after. That's less of my concern. More of my concern is like having this type of a plan right now that we are talking about. YouTube star showing me random live streams, 150 people in chat on the most videos. That's what's up. Yeah, there's a lot of people on YouTube. Point system for Discord. We could do something like that. I just do not know how to market. Honestly, I'm very bad with it. Like, I obviously know how to, you know, use Facebook marketing and Instagram and all that stuff. Like, I've done Shopify. But I don't think doing this the same way is going to be right. Because when I was even doing that marketing, I wasn't even doing it correctly. I was really half-assing it, if I'm honest with all of you. Still made some money, though, which is pretty cool, but I just want to have something interesting we could do with each other. You know what I mean? Like, what if we can open a Shopify website, compete to see who can make the most money, and winner gets, I don't know, like a certain prize. So you said, why charge only $11? What do you mean? $11 for what exactly? Because the Discord used to be $10. The reason why my prices are not $10, just so you can all understand, is because I've done it already. And what I realized was $10 is just so people can forget about the Discord membership and they'll still pay me. That's what I've noticed, point blank. That's what these other YouTubers do. Not only that, but the actual people who pay $10, they don't actually save their money. They always make thousands. Like, they were making thousands off of me and my trades, and I was getting paid $4 an hour at the time, right? Just from the trading. Now it's actually increased because of the last couple of people that actually joined. I'm not gonna tell you guys the number because I think we talked about this before, and you guys said it's better for me not to mention it. But just understand that it's probably around $8 an hour right now. Actually, I'll do the math right now. I'll tell you right now. I work about 12 hours a day, let's just say. 12 hours. So, give me 1 second. If you guys do the math, you could figure out the number. But 12 hours a day. And then how much a week? That's times 7. 7 days a week. That's 84 hours a week. Okay. And then yeah, this is actually is gaining really quickly actually. Because I started doing less hours. I don't do the 16 hours a day no more. So I can't count that no more. At just 12 hours, yeah, we're making about $25 an hour right now. Before, we were making about $4 an hour. And again, I'm talking about just the teaching specifically. Not the trades, that doesn't count. Just specifically the teaching. So, around that time, I was only making $4 an hour. And I would see people, you know, get my trades, and they would make $5,000, $10,000, but they wouldn't maintain it. My problem is if I'm going to charge you a cheap price, you have to maintain your account. And you have to do the notes and do everything I say. Well, because it was cheap, people wouldn't listen to a single word I had to say. They would just join up whenever they want. They would leave whenever they want. They wouldn't really coordinate any, you know, one-on-ones that were proper. Like it was just all over the place. When I started making a 50, I started noticing a change. People would actually step up to the plate and tell me, hey, I got to take a break. I can't pay 50 a month. Then after some time, after people started noticing that, you know, we can give them really good trades, they started getting hooked at the $50. And I told them all, I'll leave you at $50, it's no problem. I'm teaching you the same thing as people that are basically paying me $200. Once December hits, everybody has to upgrade to the next tier. And that's why I told everybody. And because basically, you know, everybody did not do it, and they had a certain reason as to why it wasn't proper in terms of what they were actually actively doing on the Discord. Words is one thing, actions is another. So I was paying attention to their actions, not just their words. And yeah, they literally were just trying to pay 50 because they know that I could just make them a quick 2,000 randomly. So initially, the tier that's currently $200 was the $100 tier. Because I currently still have members that are only paying $100, which is only, I think, one more. Actually, let me check right now. I'll tell you how many people are actually paying 100. I think everybody else quit. But no, yeah, I can't go back down on prices. Because, again, I just can't. The YouTube is free. You know, you could make as much money as you need with the YouTube. Think about it. You have a bunch of our members that are on this Discord. Like, the new members that joined. If you got into any, you know, larger trades, such as 3 weeks ago, put it in the chat right now, just so everybody else in the Discord could see. It's not just me just spitting numbers out. I want you guys to see. Like, for instance, Cody, I know you use your own ideas, but in terms of the ideas that you use from just the Discord, how much would you say you made here so far? Realistically. Don't inflate it. Just give me a real number. You can even conservatively lower it down. And the same thing for Wad. The same thing for you, Louis. Tell me exactly how much you've made in total. Cody, you made 2,000 to 2,500. And you basically joined, like, you were the most recent person. So that's not bad. You know, you paid for a whole year of subscriptions just off of, you know, like 1 or 2 weeks. And that's a pretty good statistic. That's like a times, I don't even know if you count the whole year. But that's not bad. That's pretty good. So that right there, Gold, that's the reason why I think $200 is proper. Is because people still make 10 times that. Depending on how they're actually scaling their account and what they're trading. If they're trading anything from the last week, again, we've been just trading back and forth with SPY. There's no 5 days, so there was no monumental crazy gain, really. So that's pretty nice. Only one contract at a time. There we go, Louis. So again, everybody's learning at their own pace, and it's a different pace. Like, for instance, Cody's definitely playing a little bit more aggressive. But honestly, from me seeing Cody's trades before, I can see why. It's pretty good. Still pretty good. So for Louis, you're just taking the different approach. That's all it is. Your strategies cover all of my weaknesses, so it's very nice. That's awesome. You know, it's so crazy. I swear to God, that's exactly what I wanted to happen here. And that makes me so happy that that's the case. You know that? That makes me so happy. That's awesome. But yeah, so everybody's learning at their own pace, right? So just one member just told everybody right there. They're making 2,000 to 2,500. So you guys tell me if that's right. If I charge 200, you know, I still think it's right. I still think it's not extreme. Now, why is it 200 instead of 150 or 175 or 200? Is because I want you to get charged 200 every month and be like, what the hell just charged me $200? Do I really need this? I want you to basically say that every single month. Because I do not want you to have to be stuck in a corner from your own self-sabotaging. Because I've seen it happen with over 200 students already. It's people basically holding themselves back. So yeah, when you're getting charged 200 a month, it's kind of like, all right, if I'm not making at least another 200 that same week, let alone the month, because there's so much time to make 200 throughout the month, then, you know, they don't need to be here. And I agree with them. They shouldn't be here. Only if you make money should you be allowed to join the Discord, because then it makes it right, you know? That's how I feel. So again, some of these individuals were making, you know, thousands off of the YouTube before they even joined, just like Cody. Or let's just say hundreds right now, for now, right? So we're more realistic. But people were making hundreds off the YouTube for free, and I think that's right. I think what we have in terms of the pricing is fine. Especially with that idea Louis just gave us. So I don't think I'm going to change nothing with the pricing. In fact, this tier, I put it to $300. You know that, right? This tier that everybody's on right now was at $350. In May, we changed it. And we left it at $350. But I started noticing that at that point, it was kind of like, I don't know, it's just too much. It's too much. I had to deal with a couple situations, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm good off of that. I'm good. So, yeah, I think 200 is proper. It's fine. It's like right there where it's just hitting you right in the gut, and you're just like, all right, do I need this? Do I need this? Am I making enough money? Forces you to actually try, forces you to actually tune into the live stream so that you actually make money and test yourself and train. $50, $10 is not going to do that, unfortunately. To my experience, of course. Maybe in the future when we have teachers and we have more people to help us, maybe we'll change prices in the future. But yeah, not right now. You like to listen to people ask questions because you don't know what you don't know. Is that also life is stressing you out? So it should help you a lot to relax and try to take the next step with stocks. No, yeah, you're completely right. You're completely right, John. That's what I'm trying to say. I want to establish a community here where it's like everybody feels real close to each other, you know? Of course, we're all random people that we don't know on the internet. So there needs to be some level of security and safety that we all need to have. But, nah, yeah. We'll probably do movie nights or something like that, if you guys are down with that. If you guys got nothing to do. We'll do it like once a month or something for now. And then... And Joe Go, don't forget what Louis said. Remember what Louis said. Louis said, if you trade with just $10 and you make the most, you could be in the Discord for 4 weeks for free. As long as I could see the amount of money you're making and that you're actually trying with a low amount, and you're not just trying to do stuff randomly or gambling. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I would love to do that because that shows me you have potential. If you have potential, you deserve to be on the team. That's it. Simple. Simple and sweet, everybody. Spy, give us what we want. Give us what we need. Oh, I'm just letting you guys know, in Peacock headquarters, 100%. We're going to definitely have a movie theater there. Like when we start owning the properties and the buildings. First floor is going to be the dance room, right? So the first second you walk into this building at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., regardless of whatever time you want to come, whenever that happens, I don't know, obviously. But, you know, whatever time we make people pull up for their job at Peacock headquarters, because some people will teach, some people will help others, some people will be there just for random stuff. You know, it's going to be all over the place in terms of the amount of individuals we're going to have. At least this company is going to be at least like 1,000 employees, at least 1,000 to 5,000 employees. Before, I'm thinking about, we can go public, but I don't understand how we would make that feel right. I wouldn't want a company that helps people to go public, because then, you know what I mean, it's going to start, I don't know, maybe it would help the stock, like in a good way where it helps the students and helps the stocks and helps everybody learn, helps everybody grow. But I don't know. I feel like it would become too money involved, and that's when you start stepping on toes and having problems with people, you know? So I don't know about making the company public. We could have another company that we trade from, like the prop firm that we're going to create. We can use that. Make it a non-profit. We can also do that as well, yeah. Pretty much. I would love to do that. We could do that. And then, like I said, first floor is the dance room. You're going to get there at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. You're going to have to put your roller skates on. You're going to have to bust out the disco ball. And you're going to have to make sure you give everybody a welcoming good morning, right? That's the only right way. Got to make sure you got some good energy when you walk in there. And I'm not joking either. I'm dead serious. Maybe not roller skates. Maybe we'll... Some days, who knows? You might walk into the building. It's going to be the whole floor is going to be ice. Who knows? I don't know if I could do that. But imagine. Yeah, that would be so funny. It would definitely have to deal with insurance, but oh my god, imagine. That would be terrible. Cautionary signs everywhere. Nah, but yeah, like just stuff like that, you know what I mean? I would want to make it as enjoyable and fun as, you know, as can be. So this option for SPY is running up here. It was just $2. Now it's already at $8. If it runs to 20, that's already 1,000% from the low. We didn't average down, so we're just going to keep holding this. Average is 17, by the way. But do you guys see how one contract that we bought in the morning, without me stressing out and going crazy and going all over the place, still has potential right now? It's crazy, right? That's one of the weirdest things I've kind of realized and saw throughout the market here. As long as you're in range of making some good amount of capital and you're in range of where the market wants to run to, it always works out for some reason. Sometimes the day before, the day after, or the day before, but it's around the same time usually. That's why it makes it so awesome with the 0-day trades, because it just works. All right, everybody. So let's start putting this stuff together here. Let's start making a public post so that we can actually have everybody trading on this $1 million challenge. Let me go fix up this real quick. Let me throw out the garbage. I got some garbage here I got to throw out. And then I'm going to grab a water real quick. And then we're going to start setting up that whole entire section of the Discord for when these new individuals join. We'll set it up right now. All right, so give me a moment, everybody. You said SPY still moves less than today? Or less today than tomorrow? You just noticed, I don't know because I've been looking at both all day, but SPY and Mumu are inverse of each other. Let me see. Let's go to Mumu real quick. Yeah, excellent, Cody. Because you got into that call right there and you exited right there. That's excellent. Excellent entry right there. And then you played in the morning. Now these are down here. Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, look at this. Oh. Let's just walk ourselves over here real quick. Let's go ahead and paste this picture. Actually, this chart is mad full. Let's just paste it right there. Let me see. Yeah, it's weird. It is inverse. It's a little bit more dramatic than the SPY. But it is inverse. Huh. Maybe the brokerages go inverse during certain moments. There's definitely a pattern we could figure out here. We should do it together as a team here. Because I've been seeing you make a... Yo, Cody, you've been going absolutely wild with the Moomoo stuff. You've been turning the temperature up over there. The stock... No, yeah, the stock is absolutely crazy. The community is absolutely amazing. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, you got some people that always want to talk out the side of their neck, but besides from those people, when people actually give it a chance and give it a try, I feel like the Moomoo community is, I feel like it's the best one, honestly. There we go, everybody. We're break even already. Excellent. $650.22 will be a $3 move on the SPY, which could push us to $652. I like that. Okay. So you're basically saying, Culinary, that a $3 move could potentially turn into like a $5 move. There we go, family. How are you guys doing over there? Remember, we bought that call at a terrible time. That call was bought at the worst time possible, everybody, and we're already break even. We're about to start making some nice money now. First thing I want is this option that costs $2. I want this to go straight to 200. We're going to sell this for like 100 or 200, somewhere around there. If we sell it for 100, we make back all of our losses from the last week, plus a little extra capital. Minus 80%, John. It's a positive 30%. Look at that. You had a call? Damn, what I missed? Just the same idea that we talked about in the morning. That's pretty much all. Nothing has really changed, honestly. It's pretty nice because sometimes, like days like yesterday, they just, because it's like a small ass move, you know? Because like you're positioned to do what we did today. Like yesterday, you were supposed to do the same thing, but it was like yesterday was something we should remember. Wait. No. Let me not say that. No. I just realized. Yesterday was a day where it established support. So now we need to start remembering that the market needs to establish support. And maybe what we'll do on days like that, when you open up like right in the middle of something, is we won't trade it. We still traded it yesterday and made a killing off the beginning of the day. But we didn't sell it because we were looking for this to continue running up higher. So today is now positioned. You see how like it's kind of like in the same area. So now you're positioned to run up higher. You know what I mean? Hypothetically. It's kind of like, yeah, we should have waited to play the bigger move today. And yesterday we should have played the mini move. So we'll actually write that down in our notes going into next week. 649, 649.86. Yep. I believe that is the... That's pretty nice. You're only at a 132 point. If you do an equal reaction with the low you hit today, because remember, you hit the bottom of the trend. You hit 647 here. So if you do an equal reaction, that will be you running up to at least 650. 650.52, which is exactly what Culinary said correctly. Correctly? 650.22. So where do you get the 650.22 from? What trading style? Gonna take you right into the danger zone. That's excellent. Yeah, you're just basically playing with Thursdays, the 28th, measured $3 from the bottom. So let's go measure $3 from the bottom here. I like how you're starting to do that as well, Culinary. You're starting to predict the market before it even actually makes the complete move. Like when you know what move is next, you start measuring it. That's excellent. Because you're completely right. I think you remember. It's crazy because I remember you knew that I was doing this last year. You were actually the only person who called it out. You know that? I think you were the only person who realized it. You said, got this bomb-ass teacher? Shit, who is it, huh? You teaching from somebody else, huh? What's going on over there? You're teaching from somebody. You're learning from somebody else. Wow. Oh my god. Calm down there, buddy. Let's do it, John. Four simple words, everybody. It's just pump. Why doesn't this go to full volume? Why is the volume not working? There we go, everybody. There we go. You gotta do it at least once a day. Come on, now's the time, Spy. Now's the time! Come on, Spy. Just jump up $6 right now. Just go. There's nothing stopping you. It's free reign territory for you. Come on. Don't give us this garbage trend. Don't you fall. Yeah, all these trends, they're just watered down little baby trends. We're going to wait till we make a new high. And then we start the music again. Let me actually stop playing my voice. It doesn't sound as double. Alrighty, so first things first, ladies and gentlemen. First thing is first. Let's look at all the companies. Momo looks like it just broke its legs. Alright. Potentially we could play this. This is like always being, you know, having large moves. I think we should start trading this more frequently. I think it's difficult because you're at a high, so I know this thing could just have a dramatic flush out the sky. But in theory, what we could do here is let's structure this. You're tempting me, Cody. I think we should do it. Apple's up. Oh, you guys want to see the Apple chart? Let me show you guys something. We have the best Apple chart, and we only have one chart for Apple. But we have one of the best charts done. Where is it? Is right about here. There you go. So look what I wrote down. And I made this chart in, when did I make this? January. So I want you guys to understand how mind-boggling, how mind-bending, how straight up this shit is just almost feeling like it's out of a movie. I swear, this feels like it's straight out of a movie. You guys understand how I feel, right? Why did God give me the opportunity to be able to see the market this way when there's been so many more before me that have maybe needed it more than me, that have had more difficult lives than me? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not too sure. But what I do know is just look at how insane this is. You guys want to see where January is? Look at my cursor right now. This is January. When did we make it? January 25th. So we made this chart right here. Right here, exactly where my cursor is. And I kid you not, I have not touched this since. And look at it. Look at all the buys and sells I told everybody to buy. Look at the circle right here. 720 days. And you know what's the craziest thing is, when I show a person a chart like this, they're just like, all right, that's cool. That's really cool. You actually timed Apple running from a bottom to a top months ahead of time. No, everybody. I did it for the whole entire stock market. Look at Amazon. I did it for the whole entire stock market. You hit 160. Where does this tell you to buy? 197, 175, and then 160. And what did you do after that? Is Amazon down here at 130 or is Amazon down here at 80? No, right? So I think you understand how this stuff is absolutely phenomenal. If I go to QQQ, again, you won't believe it. You won't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. When the market fell out of the sky, you perfectly hit the 1/8 point and then ran right back up. Which, if I zoom out here, look at this circle. Look at where you hit. It does say puts right next to it, right? But how about this? Watch this. Ready for this? Oh shit, I didn't draw it here. I didn't do it here. Never mind. I'm going to eat my words. I thought I drew this right here. Normally I draw this. I just got to copy and paste it. So orange circles, what does it equal? DARP targets, sell dash short 60 to 80 days out. Some charts, it's like this. Some charts, it's like this. Where if you actually go read it, where is it? It might be different charts, actually. Let me check Google. Do I have it here? I think I changed it with the white circles. Because I have a couple different ways that I've done this. So we did the white circles. So these orange circles right here, it's supposed to say, the new ones at least. This is the old one because we made this in January. After January, we started making it a little bit different. Because we started noticing that sometimes if you hit a certain area, you go right through it. So if I tell you guys to get into a 90 to 270 day put, there has to be a way for you to be able to play against it and make some money back with insurance. Because that's the only way where it makes it kind of like perfect, you know? Where you're always set, You might be losing money, you might be bleeding a little bit for the time being, but you'll always make it back and make more. In theory. As long as you do it properly and robotically. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on right now. The charts that you guys are going to make for the next... how long is this going to last? This chart is going to last until about 2046. So we don't have to ever change this chart to 2046. And then whenever you make a new high, all you got to do is do this. Copy it right on top of itself. And then put it, boom. Slap it right there, just like that. So this would look just like this here, right there. Look at that. That's basically how it would look. And if you move further to the right, in the next 20 years, all you got to do is just extend the stuff to the right. And this pretty much captures everything all the way up to like 500 or something like that. We're going to delete it for now because I like to have it empty. I don't like to have a bunch of stuff on the screen. But yeah, we already know it works in the future. And that's how you do it, everybody. Same thing with these lines. So are you telling me we had to start the music back up, Cody? Ladies and gentlemen, I think the spy is starting to act right. I think it heard our cry. One more time, everybody. One more time. One more time. I'll put it lower so it's not that loud. Come on, spy. Come on. This is the time. It's 1:20. Come on. Why do you think I keep muting my mic? Muting my mic. I don't even know what I just said. But why do you keep thinking I'm muting my mic? I'm going crazy back here with the music. Let me tell y'all. It's like having a war right now. It's like we're watching a boxing match right here. Who's gonna win? So do you guys see how one could know what the market could do, but in most cases it's just a matter of when the market wants to do it? Does that make sense? So again, we know what the market could do. We know where it wants to go. We planned this out days ahead of time. That's the reason why this morning, all we needed to have was the reversal points on the screen, the opening price on the screen, and boom, that's it. We already knew what the market was going to do. These ads. See, what else can we look? Oh, there we go. This is what I want to... Remember, you guys are going to hear my voice is double. If it sounds annoying, just let me know and I'll take it off. If you hear my voice is double, it's because I'm sharing the music with you, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot to take my medicine this morning. Holy shit. Wait, did I? Shit, I forgot. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I did take one. What time is it? I'm gonna have to take another one at 3 anyways, so I might as well just skip it. If I took it at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, that's 4 hours. You guys think I'll be alright? I'll take the next one later. Cause I'm supposed to take 3 a day. Alright, we chilling. We chilling. We'll be fine. We'll be alright. We're just gonna take it now. Cody, you said you got stopped out? Excellent. Stopped out in the profit. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Absolutely phenomenal, brother. What is going on here? It's fighting the pink line. We need to get above. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to anchor above this point here. And the sky is ours. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost scot-free. We just need to break above that pink line. So far, today is an awesome V-shaped recovery. You're currently at the top of the first CS zone that you created in the morning. As you can all see, you just basically tap the top of it. If you get beneath this point, 649.49, which is the CS zone, everybody. By the way, Culinary, I think you had mentioned where or how you got into that trade. Let me see. Oh yeah, you already told me. Measure from the $3 bottom. Yep. That's awesome. All right. It looks like SPY is going to take its sweet old time here, ladies and gentlemen. So you know what we're going to do. Let's bring up the Discord. Let's bring up this $1 million challenge. And let's get it rocking and rolling, everybody. I'm going to finish the Google document. I'm going to have to ask you guys to help me with it. You guys are going to help me come up with the questions. It's only right. Alrighty, so. Let me hide the members list. Oh. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, so. This is what we're going to do here. We're going to make... Let me see how I did it last time. Let me see which format I like the most. I think I like this format the most. But then again, this one's also really nice as well. But this one I copied it from to over there. Let me see. What about the first one we did when we first started this channel? What date is this? 7/9. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. My bad. I don't know why it was so funny to me. Let me see. Where are you? Oh my god. Is that an ad? What's going on here? So last night, I had a plan before I fell asleep. The plan was to make sure that I could set up a defense for that mosquito that keeps attacking me, right? So here's what I did. I wrapped myself with some extra clothing, right? And I slept in my chair. And I kept my eyes peeled. And I think we had a good day one, I'm not gonna lie to you. Every single day I was waking up with like 5 bites. I wasn't understanding what's going on. And I saw him flying a couple times. Was that? There's no way I just saw it right now. I don't know, my eyes were tweaking right there. There's no way. I thought I just saw it for a second. What was this? Oh, May. We've done so many of these. Oh my goodness. Oh no, we started this channel here. All right. So 7-3. Oh no, that's 7-3-2024. That's a little while ago. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's when we had the sign up link. Yep. And then we got the accounts, I think like 300-400. It's crazy how long you've been posting in here, John. Oh yeah, no, this okay, that's what happened. So I deleted the other channels. That's what it was. Because I had to group them. So I had to pick basically one of them. I couldn't keep them all, unfortunately. So yeah, I think we had to go to another channel here. Maybe 0 to 50. When was this? I swear, every single month there's like a crazy ass trend where we end up taking these accounts to like an extraordinary number. Oh yeah, $4 straight to 30. That was a really nice trade right there. 600%. That right there, that's a beautiful start. All right, now I'm getting excited. What time is it? 1:30? It's still enough time for us to do something like that today. Let's do it. Everybody, load up your accounts. Make sure you got at least $4. Make sure you're ready for this. I'm motivated now. That's beautiful. Look at this. 1,600%. All right. So I think there's no format here, which is what I'm looking for. Besides this, I think we should just do it like this. So let's actually copy and paste the formats and let's see which one you guys like. And then also, by the way, everybody, we're going to start trading futures here very shortly. So even when the market's over today at 4, we're going to take a little break. And we're going to pop back on and start trading futures back and forth. We don't have the ability to have extra margin at that point. So we'll see how much money, not just money, but contracts they let us buy. And then once we see how much they let us buy, if it's anything at all, we'll find something we could trade for that amount of money. So even if I can't buy what I want to buy in terms of SPY, NASDAQ, or something like that, we're just simply going to find a Suitable candidate. Candidate. My goodness. This is getting me excited. All right, let's do it. All right, so Spy's still heading up here. Let's go ahead and open up a Google document. Drive. By the way, can you guys help me with something? Let's see if anybody knows how to do this. Can you guys help me with this? How do I fix the date? Like, you see how this says the 7th? Does anybody know how to use Excel? Let me know if you guys know. I want to change the date right here so that it's basically, it kind of goes off of a calendar. So you're going to skip the weekends practically. As you can see, you go from 15th to 18th. So I had to make it skip the weekends, so only weekdays, and I had to copy it from today's date. I can share the document with you if you want, so you can see it yourself. Honestly, I tried to ask ChatGPT, but I had no idea what the hell I was trying to say. It's like, you know, when you have a drawing, a coloring book as a kid, and like step 1 is to draw the outline. Step 2 is to use, you know, some light colors here and there. Oh, I just copied it from ChatGPT. So what it did was it gave me all this. So this 1 through 28 was what it gave me. And then what I did was I cut it into different sections. So first you have the first goal, which is like 100%, 50%, and 25%. And then down here is pretty much the rest of it. In terms of how I copied it and pasted it, I just literally copied it from... Okay. No. I'm saying one cell above date. Oh, date right here. Okay. Yeah. So I think it's just a filter, right? So yeah, there's no formula. It's literally copy pasted after 1 second. Because once we figure out how to do this, all I had to do is pretty much, because I have all the holidays where the market's closed in terms of like market status, like full day, or if it's like half day, early close. I drew that for the whole entire year, and then all I had to do is pretty much just go to September, right? And that's pretty much it, yeah. So I could just delete all this. So this one I don't really need a formula for it, but it would still help, honestly, because I want to create a bunch of different goals for individuals. Like, I want to create something for 5%. And if I could learn how to create it myself, it'll probably be a little bit easier. No, yeah, I tried looking at the formula on ChatGPT, but I just didn't know where to enter it. I didn't know where to put, like, it's not too explanatory, you know, such as like another individual explaining to you, like, you know, vocally. It's a little bit easier to understand that way. At least for me. See, like, they had a filter, right? And what I did last time was I think I applied this, and then, no. What did I do? Did I go here? and I create a filter, and then is it date validation? Add rule. What just happened? Operational. Never mind. I don't know what I'm doing. Let me go back. Yeah, I forgot what I did last time. There's a filter somewhere where you could select weekdays. But yeah, I just couldn't figure it out. All right, so we'll just put that to the side for a second here while I copy and paste this. Oh yeah, I forgot about this too. I didn't know it saves itself. That's crazy. Wait a second. When you save something to your Google, what just happened? I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like I crashed the stream. So let me go ahead and close some stuff here. Let's see. Let's take care of this real quick. No. Okay, so we gotta go here. Go to my drive. New. Google Docs. Should we do it in Docs? I think we should just do it here in Docs. Just for now. Alright. Let's just put this here. Go here. Paste it. Alright, so that's one where we did it. Let's actually make it a little bit more. So that's one formula. And then the next formula we did was, let's go here and check it. Let's check it out. $1 million account challenge. Yeah, so this would be the $100. Second $1 million account challenge. All of your paths to pursue. All your paths to pursue. So what did I do? Paths you can follow for $14K a year, $160K a year, $2 million a year. Okay, so they're all from the same starting number. Okay, so what is this? This is a $4 account. Alright, we got to make a decision. Do we want to do $100 or $4? I think people would definitely have a easier time with $4, but then again, or $100, but then again, I feel like $4 would be a lot more efficient to teach, if we're being honest here. Because think about it. Even if we lose $100, right? Like, let's just say you guys get into trades with me every single day, and you lose $4 every single day. You still need to go through a whole month of losing just for you to lose even $100. Which means throughout that whole process of you losing that money, there's going to be so much different patterns you learn, so many different times you're going to have, you know, for yourself to be able to fix your charts. You're going to push yourself a little bit more through every loss. And let's be real here. A lot of those contracts are not going to turn into losses. 3 out of the week, maybe. And then... Wait, did somebody... I think somebody just told me. Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's try that then. We'll try in a second here. Once we finish just this little formula we're going to have. So this is $100 to 100K. Oh, I even wrote the taxes here for you, but this only applies to New York, so I gotta write that. Of course, contact your nearest tax agent to confirm. But this is generally exactly what you're gonna have to pay. Of course, this is before you actually do anything. So for New York City, for 160,000, you're just gonna pay $6,000. If you're in the federal, also federal is 31,000, state is 9,000, and city is 6,000. It's not bad. Still a lot of money here. That's still like out of 160K. That's basically $47,500 you're gonna have to pay in taxes if you don't have structure to basically allow yourself to not need to pay as much. Of course, if you go through the process of creating that structure, that number will very quickly So you send a screenshot? Let me check it out.
Check out the screenshot. It has the formula and how it's going to look like. You have to give a starting date from one column. And then it will skip the weekends.
Let's try this real quick. Let's see if I can master this. Alright, so you said go to a starting row of the date. And then you have to enter it into...
You have to give the starting dates somewhere else because then you're basically applying. So maybe go on the right side, all the way on the right where you have an empty column anywhere. Maybe V as in Victor, where you have it. Yeah, put the starting date. What do you want the first date to be?
First date could be Monday next week, so the 15th. That's what I would. Oh, so I would enter that. Okay. 2025 dash 09. And then what? Just 2025.
What was your starting date? 25 or 15?
That would be the 15th. Oh, so that's the date. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
15. Yeah.
Okay.
Outside of it, just so that. Okay, now this is what's the column name? Select on it. Select not just the date. What is it?
W.
Just the date. Is it W first row or?
Yeah, W second row.
This is W2, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now go back to the column where you want to apply date, right?
Okay. Which is over here. You said equal sign?
Equal sign, yeah.
Okay.
Equal.
You see? Oh, this button. There you go.
Word day. One word. W-O-R-K. In bracket. Open.
No, bracket would be... I could do parentheses, or I have to do bracket like that?
No, the same simple bracket open.
Okay, bracket open.
No, this is the parenthesis one. The other one.
That one.
Like I said, yeah, that one.
Okay.
$W.
WW?
No, $W.
Oh, dollar sign, W.
$2, number 2. Comma.
Like that?
Comma.
Oh, cul-de-sac. Like, is like that?
No, the other one. Comma.
That one. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell that is. I know it's one of them.
Comma is probably...
Oh, comma.
Yeah, comma.
Okay.
And row, R-O-W.
R-O-W.
Then open and close bracket, the same small one. So open and close it. Close it. -2.
and then close it. Bracket. Enter. Hit enter.
Holy shit.
That worked. Yeah.
That was perfect. It says control plus
Say
enter
yes
to
it.
say yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Now, if you want the same format, like the way the data is showing,
Yeah.
you want that, or you want?
I mean that's fine for now. Or you're saying like
what you can do is
okay.
you can go to the you can apply the brush. Where is the brush? Okay, on your screen.
Brush. Like
Copy formatting. There is a DC. Or actually, you know what? You can select the whole column from number 2 to 21. Like select all of them. Right click. Cell formatting. Format. Where is it?
oh right here?
No.
No?
This is not. This is the conditional formatting. So there's an option for format cell. What? This is weird. Is it Microsoft Excel or some other?
Oh my fault, this is Google. This is Google.
Okay, this is Google shit.
My fault.
Actually, if you click on Format tab at the top in the menu, do you see copy? No. Go to Data, maybe.
Let me see.
Yeah, this maybe just Google it, I guess. I don't know.
At this point, it's perfect. At this point, it's basically perfect for now. So I'll just go ahead and pretty much just fix the rest later. Spot's still running up here, so that's perfect. Let's go ahead now and bring up the formatting that we were going to do here, which was this. I want to see which one looks the best. Alright, so that's one way we did it. The next way we did it here was let's see. That's one way we did it. That's another way we did it. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, I think yeah. I don't know why in the beginning when I first started the Discord I created so many different channels because we were posting in so many different things. Unfortunately, I had to remove them. It might be in the graveyard actually. Let me go search the graveyard. We have a graveyard in the Discord if you didn't know, by the way, where I keep all the old stuff. You guys can actually see at the bottom. So let's go scan that right after this, because maybe I have some of the information there. Hopefully I do. Oh, this is a different one. This looks really nice. But this is like mad words. Oh, you know what we could do? I got it. That's perfect. Let's do that. I got you right now. Boom. And then boom. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right there. Alright, so we just gotta keep it like this then. So that's one way we did it. And then let me see something real quick. Yeah, so I don't like that. I don't like how I did that. Yeah. So I can't do that like that no more. We had to erase the day one and this should be day two right here. Day one could be fine, but then day two has to. Okay, I got it now. Let me see. I got a good layout now. Let me see. Let me make sure I don't have any more. Oh, this is new. Wait, I have another one. Final conclusion, next goes. Nah, yeah, I gotta have this one too. So we're gonna merge all of them. And we're gonna make like a decent one, you could say. Decent little layout. They run one review. See, that's more simpler. We gotta have a simple way of doing it just in case, you know, logically. $3 to $1 million. 100% per day is the goal. In 14 days. What time is it right now? 2 o'clock. Spot, can you hurry up? Take your sweet ass time. Come on, we know where you want to go. Let's go. So we can get some puts at the top. So yeah, once this thing hits around The quarter point to the top point, we're going to start buying some puts on this, which is around 655. We could buy some puts right here at 650 within like the next couple minutes, which we could do. That's not a bad idea. Throw in like $4 into the trade just in case as insurance, right? Because that $4 could become $60, $80, you know? That way you don't have to actually buy something more expensive and lose more money. So entering into a smaller trade does make it harder for you to actually make money. Yeah, because it's a little bit further. But because it's a little bit cheaper, you're going to hold it for longer. Which means the trades that are actually cheaper actually allow you to learn more than the trades that are closer. Because the trades that are closer, you're going up a ridiculous amount because they're more expensive, of course. So it's like little things you want to consider, everybody. So yeah. We're about to be break even again here. We're just going to wait patiently. You're above the 200 VWAP and pretty much all the other indicators. You hit the 8-day EMA. I think that's the 8-day, right? Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah, this trend looks beautiful. It literally looks like exactly what we thought before the market opened up. That's beautiful. Let's see if it could finish exactly how we wanted to, which is for you to at least run to 652 before the previous high here. Before you actually retrace a little bit and kill some more value into 3. And you're probably going to end somewhere over here. I would want you to jump up to here, of course, 252. But it's going to take us some extra momentum here. So if we get above this line by 3 o'clock, and we could jump up a little bit higher and then maybe fall back down by like 310, 320, right? We fall back down to the line. I think we could pop right back up to 353. That could potentially happen today. That's definitely on the cards. Anything above that is kind of like a little more aggressive, you know. It's just going to be a little harder. Alrighty. So this is a fun little experience here. Right, everybody? Are you enjoying yourself? Did I say that already? I think I said that. Come on, Spy. Give us what we want. Come on. Alright, in the meantime, let's go ahead and finish this. So that one, I don't like that one. Not yet. I mean, it's not bad, but I'd rather... Oh, that was the last one I did. Yeah, it's not that good. I don't like how it's just one text. I'd rather it be like this. Let me see. I completely forgot. Actually, why did I turn off the charts? You guys get anxious when I do that? We're still waiting for this thing. How's the video? Speaking of Spy. Still waiting for it to start moving like these lines. It's basically in the same position as here. I just moved it over like that to complement the current price action. So if we can get above this line, hit this, fall down to here, we could play calls going up to here on NVIDIA and then going up to the new high. These calls will be more expensive, so we can basically sell out a little bit earlier. I got stuck looking at SPY for a second right there. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Oh man, did I ever make the charts for this one? End phase. Oh, I forgot. Let's go check out Lululemon. Let's check out Lulu first. Oh, that's the wrong one. How the hell did Netflix got there? Lulu. Why does this sound like it's a French accent? Is that is that supposed to be like a French accent or something? I guess no. For some reason, my brain said Lululemon. I don't know why I just read it like that. Oh man. All right, let's go down to here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adding Lululemon to the arsenal. You're below the midpoint. Excellent. You could be doing an equal reaction with the quarter point. That's what it looks like right here. You guys want to see something cool? You can only really do this with the 1/4 box. Kind of makes it a little bit quicker. But hold control, drag it, go to the top and press the undo button. Grab the top and put it to the same low you put the bigger one on. And then now it's perfect. Now the midpoint's perfect, the bottom's perfect, top is perfect. You don't even have to check it. For these boxes, you're going to have to actually, the 1/8 boxes, you have to make these a little bit more specific. So these, you actually have to zoom in. But because I'm a little lazy right now, we are not going to zoom in. We're going to leave it like this. Because I want to actually go back to this later on when we do the clothing companies. So we're going to have a whole series just for that, basically. There we go. That looks perfect. Click, click, drag it to the bottom. Excellent. So right now you're falling to a 1/4 point. So what I would say is, where did you just come from? Hit the middle, ran up to here. 1/8 point. Yeah, Diddy. Spot on. In terms of equal reactions, yeah, look at that. Just measure how high I went above this 1/8 point right there. That's why I started that line. As you can see, it's like right on the 1/8 point. Then go to the top right here. Clone this. Now fix this to the 1/8 point. So we got to make it go all the way up here. This is how you measure equal reactions, everybody. And as you can see, Lululemon has stepped outside the range and it's now doing a bigger range. When that happens, next thing you want to understand is that it could be now trying to copy this range, which is about this far from the midline. Snap it on top, measure it like that. Remember, from the middle of the whole entire thing to the top of this little trend, copy this box, put it to the bottom. That's how far you could basically drop. So in terms of the shorter end, last time you ran up, it was bigger than this. So that's not bad. So in terms of buying into this play, this is like a monthly play. We can get to like a nice weekly, monthly play here. In terms of like a yearly play, we would probably have to wait for this to at least fall down to like above the 1/8. Because like for example, like when we're buying Intel and Unity, believe they're both around the 1/8 to 1/4 point. So, yeah, as long as we stick around here, this is honestly awesome buy. Even if we buy it right now, I can see how this thing is going to shift right back to the middle, which is 260, and you're at 165. Maybe I might want to do it for the holiday season, right? Let's see what it did last year. September. Yeah, this might be a crazy buy, Danny. Let's look at the options. Let's take a look here. Lulu. I can't get that name out on my head now. All right, so let's go for December. How much they cost? Calls for 260. Always go for the top of the range. 120. It's not bad. 120. Okay. Now let's start going closer. So what's the next closest area this is gonna want to hit? In between there, it's gonna be right here, 192. No, 194, and then right around here, 227. So 194, 227. 194, 227. 227 is going to be around 300, and then 195 is going to be 700. So how about for November? Not bad. Not bad. It's not bad, everybody. This might be a little close because the holiday season, right? It might be a little close to get the 73, but these are probably the best ones that are priced. Because imagine you run within that time frame. Let's look at where's the most open interest. Let's hunt this down first. Let's see where all the buyers are at. If they're further, then we might be screwed. We might not be able to actually get into something too expensive, but we can get into something. I'm just looking to see if we could buy something for like 400 or 500 here. Dump one of these other accounts into it. And then just hold it. Let's actually check January here first. Is there a quicker way to do this? Yes, there is. We're just going to do it like this for now. So like, these are the serious buyers. That's like the first large order I've seen. 8,000 contracts at $800 each. And they might have spent more, right? Oh, wait, where was that? Oh, shit. I lost it. Right here. 493 days out. January 2027. Okay, so you have January 2027, and then we could probably get something for 73 days out. This has a good amount of open interest here. A lot of these people are going for the further ones, which is not a bad call. It's not a bad idea. Because think about it, you lose $20 with the opportunity of making like 1,000. You know what I mean? Or like, let's just say 400. That's not bad, you know, in terms of the potential. That's a worthy risk. So maybe we'll get something for 20 first. And then see if we can get something for like 100. Or maybe we just buy something at 100 straight up. Just like that. And just go from there. How about the 3-day contracts? How are these? Let me see something. It moves just like Apple. That's what it looks like. I don't like Apple, by the way. Apple moves so odd. Is Yeah, it's in its own world, honestly. Let me see something. How much are people actually making off these contracts? Let's switch it to puts. $65 to 160, 170. Terrible volume, but still got volume. You would probably sell it like somewhere in here, 150. That's not bad. $40 to 98, over 100%. It's not bad either. Hmm. Oh my god, why is this so expensive? Oh, it's in the money, that's why. I said 10 days out, $1,500. Who in the world? One time I did that. It was the stupidest thing I've ever done. Let me tell y'all. Even when I had 30,000, 40,000, I would still not want to do that. The only time I would ever risk $1,500 like that is if I got like, you know, million, pretty much. That's the only time. There's just no reason to do that. You're better off buying something for like 500. That's like, you know, one strike in the money, two strikes in the money, or getting something that's out, you know, outside the strike zone, so that you can actually get the added delta increase on top of it, right? That gamma ramp that exists right around this midsection is very, very important. The way those contracts, they go from out the money to in the money, the way they move, it's just extraordinary, especially with the 0 days and stuff that's closer. But if you're trading something 10 days out, you could just spend 300, honestly. Like, look at this contract here. You would have bought it for, let's just say, you know, 230, let's just say at opening price, and it went to 330. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Tesla, what are you doing? This thing is just like it looks like it's gonna start crashing here. At the same time, this looks just like 2021 when you start running up to a crazy new high. So if it holds this, and they just get some crazy news, like with the robo-taxi stuff, yeah, this thing is definitely gonna run to 420, which is actually kind of funny. That's like perfectly lining up with everything now. 120, yep, and then you're gonna land over here. King's points. What is all this? Oh, that was when Tesla ran to 2,000. Most people don't actually know that. You know that? Tesla ran to 2,000 before. I've seen one of the craziest things in the world. A kid and his pops, he basically, they had 500 day out options around that same time Tesla popped up to 2,000. I think it was like 400 or 500 day out options. And they still had, I think, like 200 or 100 and something days. And their options, I think they put around like 5 to 10,000 into them, I believe. It was around, I think, 5, 10K. And they literally like 100x'd it. Like that 5K went straight to 500K. And then I believe they bought shares after that, because they were trading options. So I think they invested it, like some of it, back into the company. And if they did do that, I hope they didn't do it right away, because look at this. By the way, that's why I like Webull, because they actually show you all the data. Let me just switch you over to this chart. Look how cool this is. You can have both charts at the same time. I wish TradingView had something like this. But yeah, look at Tesla right here. You went from 100 and something dollars September, or what is this? June, July, whatever, July, right around here. Yeah, June. So you could say June you hit 176, and then by August, the end of August, you were already at $2,000, $2,300. You know how crazy that is? Like those people who had this, oh my goodness, absolutely insane. And look at that, 101. That was in 2023, right? Yep. Right next to 2022. I ended up buying at 106 when Tesla fell down to here because I knew Elon was going to crash the company due to, what was it again? Him buying, whatever you call it, X? I believe it was around the same point, right? Or am I getting mixed up with this year? No, it's 2024. Yeah, it was this year right here. That's the only time you ever hit that low. I'm just wondering because this chart's a little bit different from the other one. Because this is split unadjusted. But yeah, this is when I made pretty much my money with Tesla. Like right here, I ended up having, I believe it was around 12,000, 14,000. But then again, if you count the losses, I was down I was down 7,000, 4,000. So it was probably around like 20,000 in total I think I had inside of Tesla here. And right around here, you had fallen basically like right during this month here. I think it was like somewhere towards the top, like somewhere right around 1,000. Let me actually go to the weekly so you can see it a little bit better. Or was it? Like right around here. Nope. That was when you ran up the first time. Let's go down to here. Right here. You can't even see it like this. Let me go to the daily. It's always nice to look at it, you know? Because it's like the way it happened was insanely funny. Because of the stuff I had to go through afterwards. Yeah, you see right here? You can literally see it. There you go. This is what I'm looking for. I think I literally bought something right here, like at 1,060 or like somewhere towards the top, and I bought something for like $1,500. You know what the price it dropped to right here? Look at this, $80 down. I was buying those contracts for $50. It was one of the most absurd things I've ever done, and somehow, some way, as you could tell, the market swung right back up the next day. And then look, by the 28th, you're already at the same high. So my contracts are already right back to where they were before. But here and here, oh, I almost had a heart attack, let me tell you. And I played it all the way up to here, and then I lost money right here. I was trying to play to 1,400. So I lost money going right back down. And then at that point, I just basically just put it to the sidelines until about right here. But then again, that's split adjusted, so now we have to go another chart because it's different prices. Oh, fair. There it is. Yeah, so it's right here. So they do actually look at the split. Hey, I have it on the screen. So when you split, you went down to here. By the time I held from here to here, the account was already up times 10. So this is when I really started trading with Tesla in a way where I really realized you can actually 10x your account every single time. So I did it one time here. I 10x'd it. And then right here on August 17th around here, I also 10x'd it because it was jumping by my birthday. So I had like options for September 15th. And it was actually the funniest thing in the world. My options were up like 900% here. And I didn't sell it the first time. I don't know why. I don't know what I was looking for at that point. I was like going blind. And the next day it dropped to 600. So just you dropping down a little bit right here, it was 600%. Because my options were basically like in the money like right around here. So it was like messing with my strike price. And on my birthday, somehow, some way, the market hit a high. I went up 800 and something percent, almost 900, and I just got rid of everything. But like a dummy, I held options for here, and I went on a vacation right here. By the time I came back, I said, oh, that's not good. I'm down like 15% on everything I made in total because I held this one option. If I would have sold it, I wouldn't have made that much off of it, but I wouldn't have had to deal with that big of a loss. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to hold it. And then now it disappeared. And then right here, where is it? Where are you? What the hell was it? That's 2023. It was when you fell from 300. Where is that? Oh, right here. I remember now. Yeah. No, yep. Before I 10x the account here, I ended up putting a large amount of capital into the market right here. Right there at 261 on Tesla. On July of 2023. And I was using some of the capital I made over here. I got really mad because I saw it jump up again. And I was like, what is wrong with me? I could have made some free money off of that. I probably could have 10x my account again. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to throw in the money the second it drops down like $40 or $30. And I'll just keep averaging down. So by the time you went to here, and because of how long it took, those contracts were completely just worthless. And then here, I was just like, all right, I'm just going to buy again and try to make that money back. And I did make it back here. But then I ended up losing some of that money here. And then that's pretty much all. That's like it for the bigger trades for Tesla. Everything else is pretty much more smaller. Like like 10,000 or less. But yeah, that was the craziest spree I ever had. Because the profit is still way, way higher than the losses. The losses don't really approach it. If I had to really say out of all my Tesla wins in total, I would probably say I lost like 1/6, maybe 1/5 of all the Tesla winnings I've ever had. I probably lost. Probably closer to 1/5 now. Because I had a loss not too long ago because I wasn't paying attention to it. Contracts were in the money. Completely forgot about it. And yeah, we took a big loss on that one. So yeah, I'm going to have to... Probably the next time we get into a bigger contract, we're going to start warning everybody else just in case you want to dump like 2,000, 3,000 into it. Because that's what I'm thinking about doing next time. Just dumping like 5K. Seeing how much we can make with that. And going from there. Try to see if we could turn it into like 50K. Because if we just 10x them one time with Tesla, they turn into, that would be 50K. It's just like that. If you have 30K, that's like the goal for everybody, honestly. That should be like your primary goal across the board, every single one of you. If you have 30K and you can get into one of my Tesla trades that I give out, I'm just letting you know. When it's time for that Tesla trade, and if you get into it at the same time with 10 to 20, 30,000, one trade you're going to be at $250,000 to $500,000, depending on how you position yourself, what contracts you buy, and how you average into it. Everything all depends. So that's based, like, think about it. You just need one time you need to take your 5K. So once we make 5K with SPY, we're then going to take that 5K, put it to the side, start another account, turn it into 5, 10K, and then keep going to like 100K, 200K with SPY. That 5K that we put to the side is going to be invested into Tesla when it's time. And the goal is going to be to take that to 20 to 50K. Because then all you need is one more trade and that's it. It's over. Now you have 200K, it's over. At that point, you trade with 5,000 now every single time. turn that into 15, 10, 11, 20. Before you even realize it, that 200K is going to be 600, 400. You know what I mean? And before you even realize that, at that point, you're going to be closer to $1 million because of your other plays that you've been buying while you're making money with Tesla at the same time, which is the Intel, Unity, all these other names that we have, Lululemon, right? All these countless names we have. All the profit you make from Tesla, you're going to be dumping it into those names as well, because it's like a fire that keeps just getting fed firewood, you know? Firewood and lighter fluid. As long as you could just keep, you know, lighting the fire, like literally it would never die off. And by the time you kind of snap out of it and get back to reality, you're going to have a couple 100,000. It's just you can't lose focus. You got to get trapped in the zone, you know? Like whenever I make a lot of money, I honestly don't really remember it. I remember how, like, you know, generally how much I made around the time, of course, but like the process of it, it's like you get lost in it, you know? I can't explain it. It's very, very hard to explain. I mean, you guys see it sometimes. Like when we had that crazy month in February, or 2 weeks ago when we were trading like 8-10 times a day. Remember that? We did that 2 days in a row, Wednesday and Thursday, and we were absolutely, you know, cutting up the market. It was insane. But aside from those days, it's just like, because we documented it and took notes. All those other times, like even though I took notes and documented it, I just don't remember it, like at all. Like I had to look at the trades, look at the screenshots, and then I'm just like, oh my god, wait a second, wow, wait, we did that here? It's the funniest thing in the world. Maybe that's a sign of one not believing oneself to a certain extent. Maybe. I don't think it is. I truly think I do believe in, you know, us here. But maybe it is. I don't know. Because like that's the type of stuff you would want to remember, you know what I mean? That's like part of the legacy, part of the journey. But I don't know. So yeah, everybody, let's get to 3,005K. Put it to the side. Make another 3 to 5K. We could do it within a week or two, starting with just, you know, $10. Because I'm sure you guys understand what we've been doing here the last couple of days. I've been highlighting all the different ways where you can make money, lose money, average down, and still make money. And then you can have some days where you average down and you still don't make no money. And with all that being said, it's kind of like you're getting a full taste of the whole entire just pendulum here. And once that's the case, you actually being able to grow these accounts significantly very quickly is now going to be, you know, as simple as you just cutting butter, pretty much. Basically, you're just doing the same thing you're doing now. But we're playing with the flow. As you can all tell, most of the last couple of days here, we've been playing against the flow. And then yesterday, we played an early snap into the flow, which worked out amazingly in the beginning of the day. But they wanted to drag the market out a little bit longer, which makes sense. They wanted to just establish a little bit more support around that area. The 648s. 648 is usually very important, especially when you pop into a new level, like a new area. For example, the 650s. But yeah. So remember, we drew this when you were at the bottom here today. Did we draw that when you were at the... I think we did. I'm pretty sure we did. And look at this, everybody. You're about halfway there. Halfway to victory, ladies and gentlemen. What else should we do now? We should finish the other thing. So let's go ahead and finish this. Just so we can get everybody on board with the structure. And then remember, make sure you actually type in chat and let me know when you're going to be free, so we can actually have these one-on-ones, just so everybody has some time today. Spy's being a little stingy today, huh? That's all right. What time is it? 3 o'clock yet? 2:39. All right. We still got some time here. How's Euro? Wait, did I get out my Euro trade? Holy shit. Oh no. I just realized. Oh boy. I don't think I put a stop loss. Uh-oh. I'm scared to look at it. I'm just playing. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what happens here. Let's actually go look at it right now. Let's see if we played the correct direction. I don't know. I forgot. Do we still have the puts? If we still have the puts, we're going to be up a ridiculous amount right now. Why is it not letting me sign into a Wanda? What's going on here? Oh my goodness, we stopped out of it. What do we have? Alright, thank God. Wait, do I have it on my other accounts? Let me see. I don't remember selling out of this, but I think I did. Alright, so perfect. We stopped out of it already. For some reason, I thought I went long somewhere in here for like a little snap up. Because sometimes I do that to myself. And I forget about it. I think I'm like trading it on the weekly or something. But yeah, if this thing collapses here, this is going to be a big trade. So I'm going to wait for this to get below this area right here. Like right around there. And if it gets below that, it's all good. We'll just continue to play the downside. I feel like it's going to hold somewhere around here. Start U-shaping right back up to a new high potentially. For some reason, this thing just keeps running up. Non-stop. Look at this. If we could be a part of one of these types of trends, the amount of money you would make is extraordinary. You would turn a $20,000 account into like 600K right here. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 400K. But imagine that. 20K to 400K with just one trade. It's not bad. Alrighty. So that's good. That's good. That's good. Let's look at the futures one more time. Suffocating a little bit. SPY's still holding pretty nicely. Let's check if you made some new zones here. You've been up here for a little while now. Okay, so yesterday I think you actually did make a new zone here. Yes, you did right there. Nice green one right here. And then today there's no zones because of the zone from yesterday. So we'll see if this turns into a bunch of red ones, and then we could probably make one of these green ones a zone. But if you just hold, I could see you falling down on top of the zone and holding. And hitting the EMAs for the first time on the 15-minute, just like how I taught you how to trade it on the 5-minute. You could trade it the same way on the 15-minute. It's just a little bit more dangerous, to say the least. Just a slight bit more dangerous, that's all. That's all it is. Alright, let's go check SPY now. On the other charts. Right here. So you fell down to number 2.5. Yeah, it looks like we're still going to go in the money here. Buzzer beater today, everybody. Is today going to be a buzzer beater? What are you guys thinking? Okay, so boom, we finished that. We're about to finish that right now. Is there anything else we have to look at real quick? There was another company that Danny gave. Chipotle. There you go. Let's go take a look at Chipotle. I think we had made a chart not too long ago for it, but let me check. CMG, I think, right? CMG. Excellent. So yeah, you're perfectly at one of our buying points here now. So we could buy into Chipotle, but we got to go very cheap because, as you could tell, you might just start falling beneath the midpoint. You held there last time, so you're going to either hold a little bit above the midpoint or a little bit below it, is what I'm thinking, like somewhere around here. And then we're using the parallel channels to see where the best buy is. This is a pretty good buy here. Let's check these contracts. Let's see what we're working with, everybody. Let's see. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, Chipotle. That's crazy how quick my brain just forgot about that. Yeah, I think my short-term memory is just yeah, I don't know. I think it needs some training. We need to make it a little bit better. All right, where's all the levels of support? One right here is 43, and you got 52. 43, 52, 43, 52. It's not bad. You got a ton of open interest here for November. How about October? It's a little bit faster for me to do it on the phone. Nothing November. October. You have a lot in October. They're really cheap as well. How about September? Nothing September. How about September 19th? Who in the world? 22,000 at $1. Let's check December. I mean, let's be honest, it's a restaurant. Restaurants, they don't really tend to have, especially Chipotle, there's no reason for it to actually be going downhill like this. So in theory, especially because there's no mainstream news really pointing out anything of the matter, right? Where it's like risky or it's not a safe investment no more. You're not really hearing nothing about Chipotle. Let me know if you guys have heard anything about them. We're going to research them, of course, before we get into this trade. Probably do it after the market closes today. But if we could find something that's a cheap price with a good amount of open interest, I wouldn't mind buying into it. So let's just see here. Why is Discord making so much noise? Is that you guys in the chat? Oh yeah, it is. I thought I was getting spammed by something, like a bot. Look at spy, everybody. It's running into the heavens. For some reason, I felt something. I felt a disturbance in the forces. It's holding exactly where we wanted it to hold. Remember how we just said you need to hold on the pink line? Taco sounds really good right now, I'm not gonna lie. Do I know any good taco spots around here? I don't think I do. So you said after they got their new CEO, their news pretty much died down? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. when I first had Chipotle, like when it first started, putting like when they first had a bunch of stores all around here where I live, I think it was much better. I swear, after COVID, it's like all the food and the meat started tasting mad weird to me. I don't know what it was. Like I think it was around that same time. That's around the same time I stopped eating steak. I can't eat steak no more. The only steak I could eat is steak from Japan. That's the only thing I would eat. Like steak specifically. I don't know why every single time I eat it over here, I gotta maybe try it from a different spot in America, right? Maybe not over here. Or maybe I just need to try it from somebody who knows how to cook right. Right? In terms of not just like steak and stuff like that, right? Because the way I eat it is just like a lot of people don't cook it the way. Usually they burn it, and I think it's just dry. They got to be like 90%, 80% cooked or burnt, you could say, and nothing can be red. They got to be one color. Chicken started tasting weird, I think, as well, but I don't think it kept tasting weird that long. I think it changed after a little while. You said they burn every steak? Nah, yeah. I gotta have my food well done. I'm not trying to get no parasites or nothing like that. That's one of the reasons why I don't like trying to eat like like raw fish. It just yeah. Yeah, nah. You say yeah, steak isn't meant for that? Nah, yeah, that's the reason why I just don't like eating steak. I'll eat tacos like with like ground beef, right? But I ain't eating steak over here like that, yeah. The Wagyu, let me tell y'all. I don't know if you guys have had it before. Because even when you get that over here, it's, I don't know. Yes, they could probably ship it and probably maintains its quality, and yeah, I could imagine that. But I don't know. We got to go over there and you got to try it. You said I hurt your soul cooking sea bass to dryness. But with fish, is it really? I mean, it is kind of dry, yeah, I guess, yeah. Kind of turns into like, depending on how you cook it, right? I can see how it could turn into like something that's just like almost like a crunchy texture, right? Oh, it's pan fried and finished in the oven. Nice, yeah, that sounds good, bro. What fish is the healthiest fish to eat? Is it like tuna? I think we were talking about this other day, right? I swear we were talking about this. Depends on what kind of nutrients. Do they actually have something called omega fish? Oh, you were just saying fish will. I thought there was a species of fish called omega fish. I'm not gonna lie. That would be a nice fish to have. It's like green, or not green, but like orange and green, something like that. You said yellowtail is very good too. Do they like clean their systems differently? Is that what it is? 'Cause I swear they'd be mad, like, you know, depending on where you're at. The water's like really polluted. So is that what it is? Or oil? Yeah, there's like a lot of oil spills and stuff like that, right? They grow in different waters and eat different foods, so oil, that salt content differs heavy. Yeah. Oh, no good oils. Okay. That makes sense. Let's see here. $256, right, ladies and gentlemen? We still have an opportunity to sell this contract out at a pretty good gain. And we might have an opportunity to buy a put here. You said a lot of the fish we eat in America is farm grown, especially the salmon. Well, how do you farm grow a fish? You just create like your own lake? I can't picture it being like the cows or like the imagine that? Secluded water areas? Ah, okay. I always wondered that. You know, I don't know if I would ever be able to have a farm and eat the animals that are part of that farm. I don't know. I would feel bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be getting attached to animals. Because I heard that some farmers they eat their chickens like when they become a little too old, and they're like nearing the end of their life. With everything else, I don't know if they eat them. With sheep, I mean probably right. They send it to the butcher. That's probably what I would think for sheep. You said yeah, real attached. Yo, you said we're gonna become one. See, I'm telling ya. So Lululemon, let's look at this one more time. Let's look at Chipotle first. Let's finish this up. Okay, so for Chipotle, I think we could buy here and then buy a $50 max contract. So that's the furthest we can get. Now, when was the last time you were here? You were here on July 21st. Currently, it is September. Let's just say it took you 2 months to fall down here. Ah, my toe. Ah, I just slammed it against the weight. Ah. Alright, so when was the last time you were up here? Then you fell down to here. That was April. So to go from here to here to here, that's 2 moves, right? 1 move up, 1 move down. It took you a combination of 6 months. Alright. So we just got to get 180 days out for 150. And that would probably be, or for like 50. That'd probably be perfect. Let me see, 180 days out. 164 days out. for Chipotle. I feel like they're buying closer. Spot, you better stop playing with me. You know what's next. You know what needs to happen. Finish the job. Come on. That's gonna be so funny if you open up at the same level tomorrow. They're definitely gonna, you know why they're doing that, right? They're probably gonna keep you real close to FOMC. Usually there's a big move like the week before, 2 weeks before. Which, don't get me wrong, there was a couple of days ago. But I think it's generally going to be a little bit more wild than this. So for Chipotle, we can go 192 days out for March 2026 for $50, everybody. Which means we should have 3 months of time left on these contracts when you do it. Which means these contracts should easily be able to be worth $400 to $600 from 150. So again, if we do the move within 3 months, these contracts are still going to go up 200 to 300%, potentially even 400%. And these contracts expire next year in March. So the next thing we should check before we buy this. Let's go ahead and take a picture. Boom, got a nice picture. Let's go look for a cheap one now. We could do 101 days or 129 days and then do something for like, let me see. Yeah, these are still a little pricey. What about 100 days? It's not bad. I don't know if I would go shorter than 100 days though. Oh, I just found a crazy amount of open interest here too. So somebody bought 13,000 contracts at $55 for November. It's not bad. Let me see. It's not bad at all, actually. This was $1,000 on the 24th. Let's go to Chipotle real quick. What was it on the 24th? July? So you're telling me right here I hit $1,000 3 months ago, which means if we look at a contract, Okay, well, we found our expensive one and our cheap one. So now put that to the side. Now let's look at Lulu. Again, we got a contract for Chipotle, 150, and then the next one was 50. For Lululemon, because it's a little bit closer to the bottom as compared to Chipotle, right? Chipotle, you're still above the midpoint. So I have a bunch more that you could fall, like in terms of levels, that you can fall down to. Lululemon is running out of levels here. So we can go a little bit more heavier on this one. I'm highlighting all your buying points now. So that's how we're going to buy this company. And then from here to here, from circle to circle, we'll just play the puts below it. We'll average down here. So we'll buy one here, average down here, buy a put here, sell that here, use whatever profit we made from the put, dump it right back into the calls and average down. If not, buy a whole new set of options for you to now run up to. I mean, me just looking at it like this, 194 would be the most obvious thing to do here. So if we play 194, 30 days out, how much is that? It's cheap. How about 31 days out? 38 days out. I'm looking for the most open interest here. It's like the same thing as Chipotle. It's not that much people buying into this. At least on the shorter picture, like the closer picture. So give me 1 second, I'm going to check everything right now. Nah, yeah, there's not that much open interest here. Let me see, are they going far out? That might be what they're doing here. All the contracts for like all of this year and next year, they're pretty terrible. Yeah. Okay, so let's just focus on the short term now. How long ago I hit the 1/8 point? What in the world happened here? That's a very quick drop. Huh? It was worth $200 here. This $300 option is tempting. Hmm. Hmm. Where the hell is the midpoint? Boom, right here. 256. Wow. Let me see. Take a picture of this one. All right, boom. Let's go further out now. I want to see something. How much are the contracts for? All right, realistically, you were here since August 2025. And then you bounced up to 209. That's around about $20. So yeah, it's around $20. Looks like it bounces about $20 every single time it crashes. So if you bounce up 20 from here, you're instantly going to 180. So 180 would be the safest level we could play to. So I'm thinking we get a 180 for like 31 days out. This thing was at $3,000 a couple days ago. Potentially we could sell this for like $1,500, $1,600 each. We just have to break down when their like news is coming out. Not just earnings, but like when do sales normally spike up? When do they release certain numbers? When do they, share certain pieces of information with the world where we could use that as a consistent pattern? So again, today we will be breaking all these down. Right now we're just finding the options we could buy. These are some awesome picks, Danny, when you actually break down the short term. 12 cent from $3 move. There we go. Let's actually take a look at SPY here. Still stuck on the pink line. This thing better not gap up overnight. It looks like it might just gap up overnight if it just hangs right here. These trends are quite ridiculous, These trends are really ridiculous. First time you've been in the golden pocket since you ran into it earlier today, and then you fell from it the first time you ever ran into it. So now you're falling into it. Last time you ran into it, this time you're falling into it. So now you kind of want to see this hold around here. Let's see if this is going to take you to a new high. It's anywhere in between the purple line and the blue line. That's what you're basically focusing on right now. That's crazy. Unusual Whales has partnered with Tasty Trade. Tasty Trade is the people who made Thinkorswim. They created that app. If you guys don't have an account with them, you can create an account with them. It's a pretty good app. It's called Tasty Trade, right? Depending on where you are in terms of country.
Yep, it don't work for Canada. I tried it before.
Oh, you did? Okay. At least we know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's see here. So we're done with Lulu. We got the more expensive one. We could get a cheap one now. But we kind of can't go too short on these. Gotta make sure we retain something that's slightly far, but at the same time not too far, you know what I mean? 45 days, 73 days. They're still a little expensive, yeah. What you thinking, Danny? For the cheaper ones? That thing is fighting it back and forth. We're now profitable, everybody. Excellent. We are now profitable, everybody. That's what I'm talking about. Took us all day right there. Another buzzard beater, whatever. There we go. I knocked out for like 10 minutes right there. Let's see if it's going to want to run into the 651s here. Still got some time. Yeah, they always do something weird. Like reject your stops. Yeah. They had done that to us, I think last week they did it to us once. Good afternoon, Mikey.
Then got a little info just in case anybody needed. Well, so I got into journey calls from this morning about 10:23 a.m. It was $12. It was a big 2-to-1 call. I held it all the way throughout the day just to see if anything's gonna close to close or by 4 thereabouts. And when I checked the contract, they sold me out at 359. And that's Momo. So just in case anyone from Canada is interested in that information, that they sell out the 0 day contract 359.
Got you. Okay, there we go. The futures is still running up here. What time is it? We still got another 10 minutes here. Let's see what happens.
I didn't see it run up to like 18 cents. That was crazy.
Yeah, so they went up almost 1,000% from the bottom, which is not bad. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I gotta pay for it, man. This shit. All this makes me want to quit my job, and I'm like, I can just watch it. Market. I can easily make the $200 I'll make it at work.
Oh, 100%. 100%, bro.
With small, low risk trade.
I quit my job like a month or two ago.
Oh yeah, there you go. See?
There we go, Cody. Now, hell yeah.
Like I say, he fearless, man. Cody committed to the bit.
It's nice. I get to be home with my kids now, so.
Yeah, real.
It's crazy how that's still on the line, but you're still trading with that aggression. Not many traders end up doing that, honestly, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I've been doing it a while, so I think it's just with the experience, you know.
Just makes you feel comfortable. Yep.
Yeah. And I never risk like too much to where it's gonna hurt me, you know.
You ain't going all in like my boy on Moo Tanky. You be seeing him. Tanky go all in on everything, every play he make, man. He full point. For real, man. Tanky be having some of the best, most spectacular days, and then he had them days where he just go MIA. You know, it ain't go his way. I'm done. He be back. See you
I've
in the
been there
morning,
before.
Tanky. Yep, it's a love-hate relationship.
Excellent, Sherman. So you average down in order for you to get that gain. Excellent. The futures on SPY is literally running into the sky.
It looks like SPY's about to rip again right here.
Yeah, give this a second here. These contracts might shoot up to the sky again. Yeah, the futures is still... That's still really good. 38% on your 7-day 649 call. There we go. Come on, SPY. Run to 651. Come on. Look at this. Come on. You just fell to $1 again. Now you're back at 4. Come on. I want to sell this for like $30, $40, maybe like 60 if I can. That'll be 6,000% technically. Times 60, right? Let's see. If not, we'll put a stop loss around 30. Just in case. You're at $6 now. Come on, 0 days. Show me what you got. Give it like another 2 minutes here. Should be 1 minute here. You are now falling out the sky. Oh god. Come on, contracts. You might be gassed out here. Ain't got no gas in it. What's wrong with it? Oh man, that video. No way. So GameStop did what I thought they wouldn't do. They bought Bitcoin.
They bought more Bitcoin?
Yeah.
That's wild.
22% increase year over year in terms of revenue. The company announced a dividend to shareholders. Yeah, now they're controlling this company correctly. Finally. So now we can actually start buying into GameStop and all that other stuff.
Oh, damn, it shot up after hours too.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to sell these contracts for like 100% still. So I'm just waiting here. Before I woke up a couple minutes ago, I had a little dream. And the dream told me 100%.
Theta just hit that motherfucker, man. Took it all away.
Let's go. We're back to $12 here. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Back to break even. Look at that. Now you're flying. Okay, sell order has been set. Let's see if we can actually see this pop up just a tiny bit more. Are you in the money yet? 3 cents. 3 cents away, everybody. That's when the real acceleration is going to happen. There you go. Come on, Spy. You could do it. There you go. One minute remaining. How much seconds? 30 seconds. This is going to be fun. Let's see what's going to happen here, everybody. 30 seconds remaining.
Did GameStop ever get added to the S&P?
I don't think so. I think I have to double check.
I think I remember seeing something about it, but I'm not sure if it like actually did or not.
I think Spy's done here. Just sell your contracts now. Alrighty. Not bad.
Was that the same contract from this morning, Silo?
Excellent, bro. Excellent timing right there.
Actually scraped another 20% of that right there.
Excellent right there, everybody. There we go. Look at that. Timed another buzzer beater. There we go.
I had 2 seconds left to sell that. That was crazy.
That's excellent right there, bro. Okay, so now, this is what we want to do. Let's see. We're going to have a nice NVIDIA option here shortly. We're already up on it again. Yeah, after hours, you ran up another $3 here. So these options, when we open up tomorrow, if you just stay put here, we're going to be up 100% by tomorrow on the NVIDIA plays. If we run up to 185 or 180, we're going to be at around $200 total. So that's going to be around like 900, 800%. If you run to 180. And then if you go in the money, that's when things change, of course. We're going to be up around 1,100%. So either 100, 600, or you could say 1,100. 100, 600, or 1,100. That's what we're gonna have to sell it at. Excellent.
Is that all-time high right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, that's what we were looking for right there. That extra little push. You just did it after the market closed.
Yeah.
It's all good. It happens sometimes.
It's probably going to continue.
You were right about it. This is kind of like a. We got cookie points. I wonder who's reporting our earnings.
I haven't actually looked at the GameStop thing in like 2 years. This chart's insane.
Yeah, we could definitely dive into that today. That could be one of the companies we look at. Because I told everybody around that time one thing and one thing only. If Bitcoin could, if GameStop could actually get into crypto, that's what's going to keep them alive, 100%. That's pretty much the only way for GameStop to stay alive at this point. Because if they could use, well, not the only way, they have a couple of different ways, right? But if they could use their stores and their retail footprint as a means of unlocking the crypto market, in terms of you being able to actually use it at these places, or them actually opening up, I don't know, different type of part of their business. There's so many different things that they could use the crypto stuff for and do, especially if you think about it for a second. Crypto gaming. I'm telling ya, you could definitely have them cause, I don't know, some type of new change in the future where they might be able to maintain market share and just start ripping into the skies again. So I see that they have potential now, is what I'm trying to tell you. And if that's the case, yeah, I wouldn't mind buying into it now.
I know they're moving to more like of a streaming service type deal with their plan, so they could tokenize some of that asset. You know, that'd be crazy.
Right? Literally, 100%.
You said they just bought more too.
I think it just
So
said. Let me read the report again. Let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to find it now. I forgot to copy it. Oh man. I believe it was on Unusual Whales. They just uploaded it.
oh wow, it says they got 4,710 bitcoins.
Yeah, that's smart of them. Insanely smart.
$1.75 billion.
Why the hell does the new iPhone look like that? You guys seen the new iPhone?
Is it the one with the expandable screen?
Nah, it looks like just. I don't know. It doesn't look good to me. I hope that's false.
Oh, it's the Samsung one that expands.
It's like I think the screen is normal. It just has like a big ass thing on the back for the camera now.
Good God, these expandable phones are 2 grand.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the trifold one. I saw them the ad for that the other day. I was like, that's insane.
What the hell did I just watch? Alright, I think it's time to go long on Euro. Let's go long on Euro, everybody. 1165,759. Okay, we just bought 1,000,000 units of Euro. I'm gonna full pour on all the other accounts as well. It's gonna be like a present for us tomorrow. PPI is dropping as well, so we'll be able to use PPI to sell this. If not, we'll probably get rid of that at like 4 a.m. or something like that. Okay, we're in the trade with every account. We're long. I'll show you guys on the screen real quick before we turn everything off. And then remember, we're going to have a little moment today where We're bouncing our ideas back and forth here, so make sure you prepare for that. I'll send a notification out, of course. Let's go to Euro. Let's go to the 15-minute. Again, everybody, we just went long right here on Euro. And all I really want to see is potentially this right here. Let me show you. You said, does Samsung have a ticker? That's a good question, actually. I don't think I've ever searched that up. So we got some wedge action going on here. So again, you could definitely fall down a little bit lower here. So just be very careful. SN. Let's go take a look at it. SSNLF. Samsung Electronics. This might not be it because it's the volume. Let's see. KRW? KRW. KRW. Huh? Is that the currency? Huh?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the Korean currency.
It was on stock NASDAQ. It says SSNLF. I bet, Louis.
You're not going to find a lot of volume for that. It doesn't move like that.
For the Samsung one?
Yeah, it's real dormant.
It's probably because it's overseas. Which is crazy because like that's like the biggest company
That's what I'm saying.
in
I don't
Korea.
know.
They're just, it's like, you got to think about it like this. Apple moves a certain type of way because everybody talks about Apple. Apple's always moves about something. Samsung is like low key. They just put out stuff. They don't advertise. They have their moments. They don't really put it out there like that.
That's true, yeah.
So I mean, you're not gonna. They don't care about the stock price or nothing like that. They just make good stuff.
Yeah, their products kind of sell themselves.
Samsung is like Fred. He puts out good work, but he can't. He doesn't market himself.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna just dump that out in a second here.
It's only got like 21% movement on 5 years. That's actually insane.
Yeah, look at Spy, you little shit. Thing is about to hit 152 now. Tomorrow, We play puts down to the 200. And then we play calls before it hits it. So we do a little switcheroo. You know what I'm talking about? Try to see if we can time a ghost touch. We should be able to ghost touch the SPY tomorrow. Ghost touch basically means you did not hit the 200 moving average. Kind of like, basically last time you did a real ghost touch was over here. When we timed the market running up on Friday. So yeah. Well, how you guys like that? Remember when we bought here? Now what do you guys have to say about that entry? So remember, we bought here at the beginning of the day. We had an order. We forgot to sell it. We forgot to cancel it. We bought into it right at the same area right here. You then went straight down to $2 each. And then you then went straight into the money. As you all can see. Absolutely phenomenal. So tomorrow, what I'm going to try to do here might be a little difficult. We'll make the money back and make it free before we do something extreme. But I'm thinking we could turn $600 that we have tomorrow into like 8,000 in one trade. That's what we're gonna do tomorrow. It's gonna be my little birthday gift for myself. One trade like that will make me very happy. So again, everybody, tomorrow we're gonna be looking for a giant trade. Same trade we were looking for today, but it wasn't worth it. At least not in the moment. So tomorrow, going off of how today performed with those contracts, since they dropped to $2, all we gotta do is wait for these contracts to drop to a really low price and then just attack at that point. We'll see if the market open is slow. Hopefully the market open is slow like today, because then that move going down into that lower low will equal a better reaction for us in terms of profit, because the contracts would get absolutely obliterated in the beginning of the day. So that's what I'm looking for. Alrighty. Fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic job. Today was amazing. Make sure you guys text me just in case you need to speak to me. And then we'll go forward from here. Let's do it, John. Thank you for reminding me. All right, everybody. So I'm going to take a little walk. I'm going to grab some food. I haven't eaten nothing yet. And then that's pretty much all. We'll get back into it in a few here. Wait on the sidelines, everybody. Yeah, so we gotta do something insane. That's what I'm saying. We have a couple accounts that we could just try to see if we could flip here. Because tomorrow, if we get a, think about it. Yesterday, which was Monday, the contracts at the beginning of the day, they went up 100%. Today, our contracts went from $2 to $20. However, they only went up about 30% from the early entry. But tomorrow, we're not getting an early entry, so they're going to be different trades. Completely, right? So if we're above 651, we're going to be playing calls to 654. Once we hit 654, we're just going to sell out. $3 away. We should be able to turn that account into at least, let's think, because I have Weeble. So if I do it with Weeble, I could probably turn that account from like $600 into, let's just say $4,000, just to be safe. I would probably make you guys be forced to tap out at that point. I probably wouldn't let it rock to 8,000 yet. And then once we get to 4K, we'll play it safe. We'll tap out. And then we'll most likely enter into another trade with like 3 to 400. Try to see if we could double that again. If not, get 200%. And then from there, that account should be, let's think, like 4,400, 4,500 within 2 trades. And then the third trade is going to be the next day, which is on Thursday. Let's say we get one more 1,000%. We'll see. We'll see if I decide to use the whole account at that point. Take it from 4K to 40K in one trade. We could theoretically still hit, let me see, by Friday. I mean, if we do something nuts tomorrow, let's just say 4K, and then we tap out, then we literally stop trading for the whole entire day, and we go back to the drawing board to figure out what's the perfect plan for the tomorrow, like for the next day. And then, logically speaking, on Thursday, as long as we can approach it with the same, manner, I wholeheartedly do believe that we could turn that 4,000 into 40K within one trade. But we're going to be taking the halfway point, of course, so I'll probably have you guys sell out at around like 20K from 4K, because that's only like times 5. So we'll probably keep taking 500%, even though we know 1,000% is on the table. And then, yeah, we'll turn that into 20K by Thursday, and then by Friday, we could turn that 20K into well over. We could turn it into 100K by Friday, yeah. And then on my birthday, we'll turn that 100K into $1 million. All from just $600 in 4 days. Which is not bad. And mind you, it's the craziest part? That's minimum. That's not even the maximum of what we could really do. If I really calculate it like that, I would use this. Because think about it. On Weibo, you could trade your whole entire account 2 times with a cash account. So technically, this is how much we can really actually get. Technically. Let me think. Yeah. And then you would put 4 days, right? No, because you're trading twice a day. You would put 8 days. 8 days. And then so you could basically make 800 million within the same time. So truly, that's probably what my peak is probably eventually when I try to go for it. That's because theoretically it's very hard to do something more than this. Like to have 1,000% trade both directions in a single day is very difficult. What I would say is more easier is getting like 300-400% one trade, and then the next trade is only like 200%. So that in total it's like 500%. You know what I mean? But let's just say we do it just for 4 days. That's also basically one of the other numbers that we can hit. And mind you, I'm not counting the extra 100, because whenever you have 600, whenever you have a certain amount, you always got to cut it a little bit, just because you might have a quick mistake and you might have to stop out. You might do something messed up. You might, not think about something too carefully, and the second you buy into it, you're just like, oh shit, I didn't even remember this. At least you'll have some room to wiggle. So this is how I kind of calculate it. If we calculate it but straight up from 600, obviously you guys will see it. It's gonna be a little ridiculous. Lucky number 7. And let's say if we cut the percentage down a little bit, that's how much we would make. So I think we're gonna get puts in the morning tomorrow, and then calls right after that. I kind of want to get calls at the open, but what we could do is we could trade the cheap account at the open first, and then when you actually make the drop, we can go more heavy. Or into the drop, we can go a little bit more heavy, we could say. We just gotta be careful, because remember, the next area you're gonna have to play 5-day puts at is gonna be pretty much the next target that we're running into right now as I speak. It's all the way up here. So it's like a couple dollars above. Yeah, literally, you're almost there. So yeah, there you go, everybody. We timed the market once again. I'll see you all later. In terms of the YouTube, we're going to shut that down.